Hey guys, good afternoon. I'm gonna be let's do gonna have a quick attempt to get things get things get things tweak that a little bit. Get things tweak that a little bit. Get things okay, much better. Sounds good. So I was really close to finishing yesterday. So I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna smash through it today while I'm a little fresher. And hopefully we can get all the way. I reckon I could have maybe done it if I had another hour yesterday, but I just couldn't stay behind. Now, since I have a little bit more time today, I might tweak a few other things while we're going along. And maybe make things a little bit cleaner than they were. But we'll worry about that later. So let's work through a few things a little bit at a time. So first off, bootstrap scene, character select screen, and level 1. Now, first off, when I was trying to actually load in, I noticed that these don't necessarily fit together the way I'd like them to. So we're gonna fix that. Start from there, and we'll build outwards. So I want bootstrap scene first, and then I want character select and level 1. The reason I want all of those is because there's some stuff here I want in every scene that I moved into level 1, but I've realized after like the way the level loads that I probably actually want it to be. I probably actually want them to some of these elements to be in the bootstrap. Purpose of bootstrap essentially uh, things that exist on every level exist in the bootstrap. Right, so main light in the bootstrap. Put the background mesh bootstrap. Layer select canvas. Character select camera. I might end up deleting the character select camera. I think I'm going to delete the character select camera. I'm going to save scene 1. I'm going to save the bootstrap scene. Our arena camera is going to be up next for moving, so I'm going to take that and I'm going to replace that with replace the character select camera. I'm going to disable this for the moment. Arena camera is down as main camera. Save that. Save that. Unload the level 1 scene. Then got basically I just copied a floor over for this, and I'm not entirely happy with the positioning we ended up with because really this is the TV show. Should end up with this at 000, and then we should build out from there. So I'm going to move, copy the transform of the arena camera. So this is why I left it there rather than just get. I'm going to paste that over base component values. Now I should essentially have same position using the slightly different camera. If I hit play, where did we end up with that? Layer 1. So dark I can't see it. This is why I figured we need to change a few things. Camera near clips probably affecting that. Let's go 10. Yes, it's the camera near clip. That's why we've got part of the geometry disappearing. What we probably want to do is move this further away because it's got a much wilder field of view. Not sure how I want to deal with that. We're going to have to change. When we hit play, we're also going to have to find the arena camera, and the arena camera's near clip will need changing. Right, so I'm also going to, while I'm looking at it, thinking about it, layer canvas, session panel, the value for the slider, got that to 4 because it's doing my head in. I keep forgetting about it. Right, so arena camera starts with, so we're going to do serialize field, float, character select near clip equals 0.5f. Get what the 0.3. So let's just base it off that. To FOV. The field of view is 60. Not necessarily going to be character select. It's just going to be menu, screen, here, clip, and it's going to be menu, screen, FB. Copy both of those. I'm going to do gameplay here clip. I'm not a big fan of doing this because it makes it counterintuitive. It's taking over the camera. What I'd probably do in practice is add a component to the camera that will link the setting. But I'm trying to make this just as quick and simple as possible. Actually, the field was the same on both of them. Base, renderer, checking the rest of the settings. Environment background is skybox, use pipeline settings. Oh, okay, so the rest looks the same. That camera, probably get rid of that. They're both perspective. They're both same axis. Well, that's kind of cool. Not a hassle. Not gonna get. So we should now for my arena camera, public, set camera for menu. Say public void. Then we've got public void set camera for gameplay. And you'll notice with this we already have camera reference. Public static arena camera instance. Room camera. We got the room camera location. We never actually needed a reference to the camera. So camera then in awake we'll do get camera or get component camera. Then set camera for menu. I'm not going to do this automatically on awake. We'll just leave it however it is in whatever scene it loads in. So set camera for menu is camera on safety checks. If camera null, get in my brackets, return camera dot clip plane equals menu screen input and camera dot field of view equals menu screen FOV. Copy both of those, but we'll then change it to gameplay near clip and gameplay FOV. And we're already getting an instance camera. So when we trigger the then do the go next button, or actually we'll do level manager. I don't need it in load main menu because that's going to have its own fixed camera. We're talking only ones during the play state. So load first level, we've got arena camera dot instance dot set camera for gameplay. I'm going to double check. I considered level one, and then okay, character select. And we've got Unity object should not use null property every time. I always forget that. If arena camera dot instance copy that. Right, okay. Set camera for gameplay, right. Load character select. Load level, load. So load first level does the nonsense of music manager we don't care about. I'm going to do that at the end there. Load new level 8. Do I want to do... I'm wondering if I want that to be... Do you want the camera to change instantly? I'm not sure we really do. Set camera for gameplay. Camera dot thinking what to put the starting transform as. Give it a like eye position so we immediately transition it while we're still loading in. Level manager. What I'm thinking is when I hit the coroutine, there's going to be a slight delay. If I snap the field of view instantly while the camera is still really close, characters and the terrain we see there disappears. So we probably don't want it to snap. What we probably want is, in fact, let's hold object. Lighting trigger. No. Its original position. Look at reload level 1. Load scene. Geometry, studio room, camera positions. Right. This is what I want. 22 and 19. I'm gonna create a default. So can config, that'll do. Start breaking this up. End region. References. Basic transform. End region. Camera location. That's a reference. Their data only. There. That's runtime. Runtime variables. End region. And we're going to do basic transform. Game start default equals new. I remember rightly, we have to specify these. No target type for new basic transform. Position. New vector 3, 0, 22, 0. I'm copying the one that's there, but I am going to change this. Rotation equals new vector 3, 90, 0, 0. Now, what I want this to do is swing upwards. Swing upwards to the default position when we trigger that start. So game variables, we're going to do target FOV, target near clip, and both of those float, target target FOV, and in update gonna do smooth FOV and near clip. Void FOV copy the name. So we want to prevent this if we've actually reached the target. So if target FOV equals to camera dot field of view and target near clip and equals camera dot near clip plane return. So essentially, if they're the same, we just return. So bool FOV is larger equals target FOV is greater than camera dot field of view. I'm doing this because I want to I need to be able to track the direction. So if our target is larger, we're going up, and if it's not, we're going down, right? We're going to use that for some of the validation at the end. Bool near clip is larger equals target near clip greater than camera dot near clip. So do I just lerp it? I calculate the other one. Oh, I need a start time. Why have we got an error there? Well, bracket. Start time. Oh, I missed those. Absolutely missed those. Why I started putting things in regions. Starting to get so many things I couldn't keep track of them. Start time. So time difference. I'm going to be resetting that anyway in set camera for menu. So start time, time.time, start time, time.time for both of them. Just double check that's how I did it previously. Rotate camera in place, start time, transition room false. Not going from one room to another initially. Room false. Okay. Start time. Space bar. Right, let's get the interpolation ratio. It's going to be exactly the same. Float time, so interpolation ratio, we got that. Then it's just going to be a lerp between one and the other. Copy that just for the sake of making sure. Interpolation ratio. Right, I don't actually want that. We want our camera dot field of view equals float dot lerp. Does this have a lerp? What's the lerp for? Lerp float. Calculate yourself, right? Fully. I'm sure I've used it. Math f dot. Thought it would be math f dot lerp. That's going to return a float. Very nice. So interpolation ratio. The minimum. Oh, we have to record the start position, right? So float start OV float start here clip start FOV start near clip. I need to record those. Start time. Start near clip start FOV camera dot field of view. Record that for both. Getting two very similar similar methods here. I'm going to do public. No. Just void set camera FOV and here clip float NC float FOV. That's going to be that. this is going to be set camera OV and near clip, game play near clip, and game play FOV. That way we're not repeating the same functionality. Menu clip B, delete that. So start. We get we store the start. We store the end. Start. FOV. Target FOV. Instead of field of view, we've got here like plane. Got start near clip. Target near clip. Don't need that anymore. That's just basically a copy of the previous bit. Go. Then, if FOV is larger, do them there. Do them there. Copy that. Don't want to set it or start near clip. Target near clip equals NC. Target FOV V. That one. The clip is larger. So I'm just doing this to make sure we don't actually need to check it every time. We need to check it when we first set it to change. So near clip. So set the start, set the near clip, set if it's larger, set the start position, set the target, set if it's larger. Right, excellent. And now in if FOV is larger, so make sure I've got that the right way around. If our target let's not use target, using the new one we're setting to. Shouldn't make any difference because the order we're setting them in, but right, so if we're going up, if we're going up, we want to do if camera dot field of view is greater than target FOV, then camera dot field of view equals target file. So basically, if we're going upwards and it gets bigger, we'll cap it. Okay, and we're going to do else. Ooh, I need proper brackets for this. Definitely need proper brackets for this, or it's going to get confused. Else, and then if camera dot field of view is less than, so if it's larger, when we're going up, if it gets larger, we set it exact. If it's not larger, that means we're going down. So if it gets lower, set it exact. And then we're going to do exactly, I feel like there's a cleaner way to write this. I really feel like there's a cleaner way to write this, but we do near clip. So if near clip larger, near clip plane target near clip plane target near clip. Okay, that should be it. So set the transition. Now the last thing we want to do as part of this transition is move the camera to the new location that is we need to move it to a new transform. Move to slide. Move camera to location. Rotate in place. Set new transform. Start transform. I am going to end up copying a little bit of code here because I think it's actually simpler than. So I don't want to get the room. We want to get the target transform. We want to get the start transform. Room. I don't remember what I used that for. Room. Oh, to choose the transition time. Location transition time was smaller, right? Or it could be different. I'm going to set that to time divided by transition time. So I do need to set it because I'm still going to use it. So transition is room. So full. Make it false for both of them. Be a faster transition. It's going to be less distance than it normally is. So I think we'll leave that as is. Right. So game start default. Game start default. Dot position. Dot rotation. Dot quaternion rotation. Dot rotate. Just dot rotation. Start transform. That's right. That's the current one. So we're setting the target. We're setting the start. This is not going to be the height of a normal room. I wonder if I can serialize these. Make them serialize. I'm going to put serialize field. Basic transform. Test. See how these draw. I don't want to have to draw a custom editor draw. Camera. Okay. We'll make that configurable. We'll make that configurable. So basic transform, serialized field, basic transform. You know, it looked better on two. It actually looked better on two lines. I usually like to one line them, but it looks better on two lines. I'm going to delete the test one. We don't need that anymore. Okay. 22 is the normal height. Now just check that camera. Back to select camera. It's at Z22, but the pedestals are actually at Z28, only 6 units away. So if I go from 6 to 10, that'll be fine. Game start default. It occurs to me I should probably put the arena camera. I should have a menu default. So I'm going to do the same. Start default. Menu default. And menu. Hang on, wrong one. That's fine. And it was check. It's at 422. But I had moved the pedestal. It was at 4.6. 4-6. Uh, 4-. That was at 0. That would be at 6. that wants to be at 0, so that's -6. Yeah, yeah. So we're at 4, -6, and 0 rotation. Gonna have to tweak this to basic transform to transform camera set camera, so menu default room gameplay game start default, instead of just using game start default dot position, transform dot position. Okay, that should, when we actually hit start, move us slightly above the arena, but not quite as high as the actual rooms. When we then walk into the actual rooms, that's when we'll get it zoom out even more and pass up through the lighting. But as it does that, its near clip is going to change, so we won't see that lighting. Set camera for gameplay. Right, so session panel UI. No, level manager dot load character select. If arena camera dot instance, going to set camera for gameplay. Oh, that's a load character select. So that's going to be set camera for menu. Now, the first time, if we don't have the arena instance, then it's not going to matter because the position we place it relative to the character select screen should be in the default position anyway. If it hasn't created the instance yet, it shouldn't matter. Then when we go to first level, we go set camera for gameplay. Then game over. We'll update when we rewrite later. Now let's get the actual room to Blee. So unload that scene. I think the arena camera. So I said what? Go to -6, 6, 6. That's its start position. Character select camera can now just go. Redundant. Got this. Occurs to me the lighting doesn't apply to all loaded scenes. Save. Is that normal? Or is that just it lost something? That's just the editor. In gameplay, it seems to pick them up fine. I think that must just be an editor. Okay, so the arena camera is going to move to the bootstrap. Player select canvas can stay on the character select. Event system stay there. Floor to 0. I'm tempted to remove the floor, leave it as is, move the floor to 0, and then game player avatar, and we bring those to 6, right? No, to 0. 0. Where the near clip's the problem, right? So arena camera, its original near clip 3. So look, 0.3 gameplay near clip. So when we start this, it should move upwards, and its near clip should change so that it ignores the lighting. Save, save. I think that's everything. I'm going to double check if I've missed things. Hit play. Oh, are you good? How you doing, bud? Bear with me a second. Wait. What did I break? Screen position out of view frustrum. Okay. I'm going to stand up and have a stretch. Then we'll look at why we have the book. Oh. Oh, how are you today, buddy? Oh, that clicked. Right. Got in my own little world there trying to do math. I suspect I've accidentally not changed the variable I thought I was changing. Let me hit pause. Arena camera. Near clip plane. Okay, for some reason that got set to 0. Play again. Main camera. Oh, of course. Of course. Of course. On start, target FOV and target near clip don't get set. So we need to do camera. Hang on. Target FOV. Camera dot build. What are you up to today, buddy? Are you working today too? Oh, hang on. I put the camera in the wrong place. We spotted a wild Sarah. Target near clip equals camera dot near clip plane. Okay, so I forgot to set them, so they're both 0. They were both trend towards 0, ended up negative. Okay, that's sensible. I should be blocking this, but I haven't. I'm missing something. Test player. Play mode. I'm going to do that properly. Because play should not be active until I've actually selected a player. Null reference exception. Session panel UI 6. Player couch.instance.local. Let me run that again. Hit play. Of course. Nobody's hosting. Right, now we have a couch. Test player. Okay. So we need a fallback for that. To do. The instance local is only set if network's enabled. That attempted to load level 1, which then just got rid of the bootstrap scene. Hello, Ams, how you doing? Where's my session manager UI? Start game. That calls load first level. Ah, load first level because there's no bootstrap scene set because we didn't load from the editor. I have to load from the main menu. So let me load from the main menu. I'm eating peanuts. And I'm pretty good. I haven't changed the character select to load the bootstrap. So load character select. So our character select screen now always needs the bootstrap. So we're just going to make this true. Yeah, I got a little... Doctor's always telling me to eat more things with like potassium and magnesium in, and these are relatively good. So I got some cashews and peanuts to be... Right, start game. That didn't go well. I am hoping to get the game done today. Yeah, it will be done today. So I've kind of, now that I've got a few more hours to work on it, I'm kind of getting into tangents on things that I just want to get a bit of polish on. I'm just looking at the bootstrap scene is not here. What character select was supposed to do, if I go here, is we are supposed to load new level async. If instance is null, set active runner. Validate the bootstrap. Current active scene before load async is bootstrap. Current active scene before load. Do level load. It's like it's dying. Why do I not end up with a bootstrap scene? Question. Do level load. Get scene by name. Load scene async. Load scene mode. Got what options I've got? Closes all currently loaded scenes. Unloads a scene. Additive. Is that what I was missing? Is the default single? If I don't supply a scene mode, it's sync. Oh my god. Play. Thank you, Amy. This has nearly gone cold because I keep forgetting to drink it. There we go. We got the bootstrap scene. Interestingly, another one of the player avatars has broken randomly. We'll work that out in a bit. But so I want to host a game, possess a player, and hit play. And we get moved to the top. There was some stuff in the way, but that's because I haven't moved like overlapping geometry yet. Okay. That works okay. If I go bootstrap scene, character select scene, level 1, I'm going to unload that for the moment. Can I play from here? Let me if I... It will let me. Awesome. Right, and on that play I need to hide the canvas. Session. My So when we go load first level, we want session panel UI dot instance dot game object dot enable set active false, which realistically is just set active false, or rather it's game object dot set active false, because it's basically the one that it's on. Public void start game at session panel UI on there. So start game, we possess those. This is going to leave the player panel up, I think, but I'll hide it in a second. I just want to check the session panel disappears. Hello, Sarah. Host. Possess player. Play. Does brilliant. So in start, we're also going to do p dot game object dot set active false. Play. Host. Possess. Play. Excellent. Right. That's working okay. I'm going to throw a couple of primitives and screens and stuff in here just to... So I've got something. Arena lighting. Light. Oh, hang on. I don't want that scene to go... I want character select. Arena lighting. Double check the game window for a second. Yeah. Light. Wrong scene. Heck. Spotlight head. Want this in local transform. Bit. Spotlight. I think that's probably fine. I'm going to just round these numbers off as well. 0, 0. Oh, hang on. We don't want to do that because that's a sub-object. Negative 5.5. 5. Take that negative 5. Negative 0.5. Oh, that's interesting. Pedestals are floating. Probably want to fix that. Where's my floor? Floor. I'm just going to not care about the pedestals floating. I'm just going to make them longer eventually. That'll do. I just really what I was after here is setting a couple of sort of thematic lights up. So you can see now we've got a little bit of extra light going on here. So if I hit play, and hit possess, get some light on the player. That'll be doing all the rest of the arena lights. That'll do. Save. I ought to commit since I've set up arena camera game start transition. Now the next transition will just be handled by the by the existing triggers, so that's fine. What else have we got? Prefabs. Why did I put it in room building? Tab UI. Player avatar. Player select window. Players panel. No session. That option. Put the arena monitor. Right. I'm not going to pair these up correctly now. Should send the downwards. Pedestal. Currently 0.25 high and it's 0. Means its floor height is at 1.5. Avatar spawn position, that the avatar spawn is relative to it, which means I can just move it however I like. Okay, I'm going to make the pedestal 0.5. Make the avatar spawn position capsule slider center. I don't think that did a capsule collider. I mean, in fact, a capsule collider is kind of janky because it's flat top and the capsule is just I'm going to remove that, make it a mesh collider, convex, simple. We don't. Whether or not this collider provides context without any mono behavior listening. Yeah, because it doesn't do anything. It's physical. Okay, that's 0.5 high. I think that makes the radius 0.5, right? So if I make it 1, yeah, I'm not going to make it 1. Avatar spawn 0.5, that puts that at the top. Player avatar demo. That's fine. I could lower these, but I'd need to lower the camera slightly. Only that by... It's very dark for an unlit draw. Notice that? So if I move that down to 1, That works. 1, 1, 1. Where does that put me? Game window. Fine. Let's do metallic, gold, gold, gold. I don't know why I don't just apply that to the prefab. Apply that to the prefab. Okay. Right, now the exit is going to be over here. I'm just going to put some primitives in. Once I've finished this, a prefab arena monitor. I put that there. I'm going to rotate that 5, 45, 5, 10. 5. Okay, that'll do. Local. Oh, hang on. Let's put an arena monitor down there. What that looks like. Ah, we can't see that. Can't see that. Okay. Scene. That works. But I'll make it 4.2. Duplicate that. Why are we not getting the numbering? That's weird. I think maybe when we have multiple scenes loaded, it's making it a tad unhappy. I might drop out. I might drop out the scene and just open one I actually care about editing for the moment. Let's do that. So I'm gonna go unload, remove, remove. Yeah, it's like the lighting settings is it was definitely still in shaded mode for one of the scenes. So, but if we remove them, maybe we'll get a bit more stable. So this is negative 1.4. So the next one goes negative 1.4. Ah, one goes to 1.4. Negative 1. Next one goes to positive 4.2. How does that look? No cameras. Fantastic. I think what I'll do is just because of the perspective, I'm going to make that one if 1.5. Next one 1.5. 1.6. Yeah, we'll do that. 1.6. Negative 1.6. Gone from 4 to 6. Added 0.2. So we had twice as much to this one. Uh, 1.4. not twice as much. I haven't mathed that right. Not just it is. I look at. Don't ask me to remath that, but that works, right? These won't connect correctly at the moment. I'm not going to worry about that. They're just for arena decoration. Key light. So player avatar demo. Put these in slightly more sensible order. Got the floor. Create empty. Oh, create empty parent. No, because that's gone in a weird position. Create empty. Game start set piece. Set the transform for that. Drop all of those from the set piece there. Then load a level 1. I'm not going to load a level 1. I'm going to load just the room template. Get that 0. Right, so we got this room template. I'm gonna duplicate Studio Room 1 and rename it the Studio Start. Instead of room template, put TV Studio Start there. At 0, I can remove floor that comes with the room, and I can remove the player monitors. Got these ones that are intended to be seen from in the room. Now if we show this, I don't want this to be the final room. This is meant to be more of a TV studio, but this is the environment I have available. Right, character select. Created character select place holder background. Origin. Right, now let's work through the session panel one step at a time. So, there's some polishing I need to do. But first off, our player avatar demo needs a player avatar demo needs to be able to store the owner's ID. It gives an easy place to fetch from it. I'm also going to make in the couch. I was having problems locally, and this is going to get worse. Player couch instance. Now, I was having problems locally because if I haven't set up the network yet, which I might not want to if I'm just playing local co-op, instance local doesn't exist. So when I tried to go session panel UI, when I tried to do this, it would just fall over. So our player couch, hang on, no, player avatar demo. we want an int. No, it's a uint. Double check that. No, it's a ulong. Player avatar demo. Ulong. Client ID works, right? Now, we need to allow this to be able to switch between network client and local client. So we need to make this a network behavior. Do we need to make it? It's just data storage. We don't need to make it a network behavior, I don't think, at the moment. Do I need to make it a network? Yeah. If I make it a network behavior, then we then have to deal with the fact that some extra validation that I'm not going to put in yet. I'm just going to set the owner. We'll just set the owner, the client ID there. So create player avatar, possess player. That takes a player config. What we want for this is public void. In fact, I'm just going to copy that. Possess player. Ulong. Client. Owner ID. So if demo avatar blah blah blah, create player avatar and client ID equals owner ID. I don't like using the different names for those, so we're going to have a local one. We're going to upset it. We're going to do this. This.client ID equals client ID. Right. I'm doing that rather than just making it a network variable because at this point there isn't necessarily a network, and I want to leave the determining of network behavior all within one object. I'm going to leave it within the couch. So when I create this, I'm going to do wake instance instance equals this. Now, we have to be careful about this because when I'm using it here, later, like if we're network enabled, instance will just be the most recently spawned. I might want to set that internally here actually and do yeah, I'm gonna do that, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do so we'll have a private static player couch instance, and we have a private static player couch instance local. Now where we're setting the previous instance local, hate that it won't let me do that anymore. Instance local. Okay. Do static local. I just did that because it renames all the internal usages. And I'm gonna get rid of instance local. We're just gonna access instance. And instance is going to be just if instance local is not equal to null, we return instance local. Else instance. Right. So we handle this internally. This wants to be instance this. And later down here, we're doing instance local. That will not get set unless we're network spawned. So externally, when we will just access instance. And we'll always get one back. Owner client ID. Couch client ID. What happens when we don't have an owner client ID is what we're going to have the problem in. Let's find that out in a second. So instance equals owner client ID. I want to see what this number comes up as if we're not actually networked yet. I need to know if it's going to give me null reference, or if it's going to give me where else am I accessing? I need to know if it's going to be null reference or -1 or what, so I can properly validate it. There shouldn't give me null reference on the instance anymore. There's always one. Or is there always one? Because if I remember rightly, it doesn't actually get because the network object doesn't exist yet. Yeah, because it's actually spawned from the host. So when I possess player, if we're not networked, I need to put the check there. Let's just see what happens. This is where we shouldn't have a valid owner client ID, right? Because instance is null. Instance local is null. And instance is null. Interesting. That's one check I need. I'm going to leave this for the moment. Hit play. It's going to get mad. I'm going to leave this problem. We're going to come back to this. I'm going to leave it as it was. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Be right back. Before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double. No. You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's the let's before grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double. No. You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, but what? Oh my God! Wow. Where's it? Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double. No. You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, but what? Oh my God! Wow. Where's it? Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double. No. You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's it? Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double. No. You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's it? Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double. No. You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's it? Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. Okay, yeah. So what I was about to say, I'm going to come back to the instance problem. I don't want to get too much on a tangent. I can put extra validation. I know I'm going to need to like smooth the experience coming in. You don't go with the exact workflow that's set up. everything breaks, but I've put options in for the workflow doesn't exist yet. But we'll worry about that later. At the moment, you have to hit host or join and possess a player before you start, right? Let's just say that. Okay, so we've got start. At that point, I'm going to save everything, and I'm going to have a look at Stephen's pull request. It's client ID to avatar demo. Push. I'm going to guess he's busy. I don't necessarily I don't need him for this, but it might have been interesting a little bit about the way procedure tend to go through. On my other monitor, just having a quick look, glance at what's there before I drop it over. So he's re-imported the kit. I'm merge 4 commits to main, files changed. Did I push? I did. Did I open this before I'd pushed? Quite possibly. 55 files changed. Right, so this is SH re-importing art. Thank you for remembering the naming convention. I think he remembered to pull main as well. Stephen mentioned the other day he's not used GitHub for quite a while. Like he's been focusing on his art portfolio, so he's not been building in live projects. Understandable. An artist. But let's have a look at what we've got here. So the QA process when we work together is sort of nothing gets merged without 2 sets of eyes. Ever. Oh, are you good? Thank you. Let's have a good stretch. There's something up my server. Yeah, so nothing ever gets merged without 2 sets of eyes. When we're working in larger, like more complex projects, it'll be sets of eyes. And it'll be a rule of thumb because it kind of depends on the structure, like what we're working with at the time. And it will be first set of eyes is your own, right? So you make a pull request. Second set of eyes is a peer, and the third set of eyes is like whoever's in charge of that department. Got a larger team, 6 artists. Have somebody who is in charge of doing play for the artists, and they will always be doing a check on that. When I say a peer, if the work that's being submitted is art, then it'll be the artist submit it. If it's programming, then it'll be another programmer that checks it. So we get somebody who remove that. Yeah, so we always got a few extra sets of eyes, and we've sort of developed over a long time this this sort of positive feedback loop. Let me mute my phone because that is going nuts. Yeah, we've sort of developed this positive feedback loop over a long time, and But I really like the way we do it because it raises everybody up, and everybody's just kind of got, or at least the people we work with regularly, we've got into a we've just got so used to the fact that giving each other feedback is part of the process, and it's like nobody gets upset when they're getting critique. Like, see it as a positive thing, like it helps you grow. Corridor 162. 162. So generally, step one is we have a look what files are changed in here. I'm glancing at, is anything changed that shouldn't have been changed? So in Stephen's case, his stuff is mostly additions in the third party folder that was specifically created for his asset pack. So all of that is fine. The next thing will be, well, they look right. Do they conform to reasonable parameters? Are they properly scaled and zeroed? So, like, if we come in and it's at like scale 1.7, 3, 2, blah 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 blah, whatever, I'd be questioning why, because things that are not at scale 1 can be unpredictable. At least you would want the parent object at scale 1. Then do they have any nonsense on them that they don't necessarily need? Generally, I tend to make a point of cleaning up these. Look, the position. If I got corridor 162, it's negative 243. Depending on how I bring it in, if I bring it in like this, look straight into the scene view, it gets the position where I put it in. If I drop it in the hierarchy, it tends to get a random position anyway. So I'm not really massively concerned about if there's. I think it's when you do it in prefab mode, it'll pick up the transform, but I'm not really concerned about that. So for the most part, generally what I would do is I would go through and like I'd check every asset in detail. This is just Stephen providing his asset pack, so I'm not going to do that for the ones that are actually just in the third party folder. And what I'll do is, this is one of the things I really like about that GitHub managing these. Like, you can mark the file as viewed. When you've got like 3 files, not valuable. When you've got a pull request that's got 400 change files, being able to mark the ones that you've already checked is incredibly useful, because like it might take you hours to properly QA something. And don't do what some people do and just go, oh, this would be a lot of work. Accept. Like, you are equally responsible. If you're doing a pull request, you're responsible for QA. And if something fucks up, you can't go, well, he gave me bad code, right? You are both equally responsible. Find yourself in a real production environment, you generally find the person doing the QA is probably, unless they're a QA department, there's probably somebody who's your senior doing the QA. So really, they fucked up. The person doing the QA fucked up more than the person submitting the code, or the assets, I guess, in this case. And again, that varies a bit. Sometimes you'll have a like dedicated QA department, or varies. Right, so now we're down to stuff that he's changed in the actual project. So change the lighting data in the bootstrap. Must have got baked at some point. I'm going to ignore that because it'll get rebaked anyway. Same here for everything that's in scenes bootstrap is just baked lighting stuff. And this will all need rebaking anyway. Oh, hang on. Now here's the bootstrap scene itself that's changed. Now I come out of the search. Generally, my immediate thought to this is I know I've replaced this, and it's just going to be a complete replacement. But I'm going to have a quick look in it and just check. Is there any? Stephen mentioned adding reflection probes. But is there anything in here that will have to copy over that we'll need to make sure that are still in existence. What should have happened is that should be prefab somewhere, and what I'm guessing, because it's disabled, is he has at some point attached one to, yeah, it's attached to all the rooms. So bootstrap, everything in here is either a trivial simple object with default settings, or it's already prefab, so it's not actually stored in the bootstrap, or I'm already overwriting it. So we're gonna accept that. Prefab's room template dot prefab. Let's have a look at that. This is where it gets a bit hard to see what's going on in GitHub unless you're very familiar with these. What we see here, like, you can start to guess what's going on a little bit. Here's M children. It says removed a lot of file ID and then added a lot of file ID. That's probably reference to something that the file IDs are going to be one of the prefab file IDs. Because when you prefab something, it doesn't store all the data in a scene or in the prefab. It stores just the reference to the prefab. So this is essentially just saying he's removed a bunch of room components and added a bunch of room. We actually already talked about. So this actually looks way better, Stephen. This looks amazing. So one of the bits of feedback I gave to Stephen between things is that the pillars he got, they looked like really awesome, but for an arena that is like a fixed closed size, to have the default have something so chunky taking up a lot of room feels a little too constrictive. Oh my god, no. Not now. Not now. Give me a second. Give me a second. And the other thing was that his walls came from an environment that had massive chunky walls. And since when we get the top-down view on this, we actually want to see the space between rooms eventually, or we might want to see the space between rooms. But I thought I wanted the walls to be a bit thinner, because previously, like, this right edge of the wall came out to like here, then they would overlap. This looks so much better, and this is very, very close. Bear in mind, me and Stephen had a 2-minute conversation about the brief for this, and this is incredibly close to what I had in my head for the environment in the first place. Oh, I'm tempted to tweak the locations of the. Wait, is that upside down? Am I backwards? I'm backwards. Yes, I am. Just bear with me, Prismatic Clat. I will do the hydrate now. But I'm in the middle of a QA and I'll need to switch branch to do the Ask AI thing. So just let me finish checking through this, and then we'll ask the AI how awesome it is. Right. Okay, so the room building global object ID has prefab instance. So there's some cleaning up of the prefab. Oh, that's good. I mean, it looks genuinely very good. Like, I like this. Good. Where's the ball? There's the ball. Okay, this looks good. I don't think there's anything in here that is particularly nonsense. The floating point rounding out. I guess. I mean, Stephen will know how much I'll go over these in detail. I'm literally like looking for seams. Part of me thinks that there's a rounding error there, and that's going to create a there. And then it's been stacked. So the rest of them, it's are exact, but I think there will be a seam somewhere. I'm going to come back to that though. For a baller or not, I like the idea of the lights changing color. But yeah, this looks fantastic. I'm gonna have trouble testing this. There's been so many changes on main. It feels like functionality wise, like just double. Like usually, I would double check if anything's broken, regardless of whether it's assets only. Make it a requirement for all QA. Like you must be able to actually like test the game loop. Obviously, common sense takes over. If you've got like, a game loop that takes like 30 hours to complete, we need to start get some tools to drop you into a particular point in that bit. Okay, now Studio Room 1. Here's what he was getting at. He said he'd made oh, I like that. Just varied the room shape a little bit. Oh, he's got curved walls. This is going to be quite nice with a ricochet, actually, I think. I think maybe I need to think a little more about how I want to handle these. And if maybe I could put them on top of the walls, actually. That might actually work quite nicely with some of them. On the pillars here, you need probably need like you don't necessarily need a standard location, but they all need to read the same. Like they need to be roughly the same. Like, it's a diegetic UI, so it's fine for it to be just integrated into the environment and move around a little. But when a player wants to, like, eventually there'll be a health readout on these and a power up readout. So when a player needs to glance at their power up, it needs to be where they expect it to be. So probably if I was to draw a circle, like this one would probably need to always be within a circle like this. Like we move a little bit, but it always needs to sort of have the same. But that's nice. So we've got Studio Room 2. This one's got chunkier walls. Oh, and we've got. This is perfect. I think I think he's interpreted what I was talking about the environments being a little bit restricted absolutely perfectly. It's not that they cannot be restricted. So we have the room template be a little more bare and open, and then we have some with set pieces that take up some of the room. That gives us some variety in the room. That's very good. I like that. So number 3, hang on, let's tick that off. Room 3. Oh, thinner walls for this one. They almost look like like we could turn them into like control panels. I think we probably need to pull that out. That looks, but I like that. I like the thin. It's almost like they're partition, like basic partition walls. Again, is exactly what I had in my head. But you bear in mind the premise of this game is that it's a TV show. It's just a very dystopian like murder TV show. Am I loading in at the wrong angle in all of these, or the display's been moved? Template. Like that. Kind of like. I'm impressed how much the detailing reads from top down. If I go into like wireframe mode, it might be a little too dark to see when once it's been compressed and butchered. These are actually not that high poly, even though these are the ones he said he's not actually Actually, when we talked last week, he says he's not optimized them at all. Like, I'm sure he's done a little bit more. Walls to get trapped in a corner. That's called bad planning. That's called bad planning. You know what? Maybe as a game design element, we want you to get trapped in a corner. It's called a last stand, right? So room 4 looks good. Room 5. Oh, I like that. I like the fact that we can see some of the wiring in the wall as well. I'm gonna put that. Room 6. These are only like draft, like early drafts as well. We actually need to have probably have a longer conversation about styling and intent. Okay, I like that. Awesome. Right, so what I'd usually do on these as well is give some feedback, but I'm going to skip that because I want to get moving on. Can't have a game without bullshit wall corners. Hey, at least the camera's not going to get stuck in these. 5% bigger hitbox. It's actually one of the reasons I don't like using capsule colliders for characters in certain games. Like, you get taught early on, in game dev, just use a capsule collider, because what people tend to do when they're not using a capsule collider is they'll use a mesh collider. And if you use a mesh collider, there could be potentially tens or even hundreds of thousands of polygons. And that's expensive enough when you're trying to render it, and graphics cards just inherently render in parallel. CPUs much less so, right? Like, I mean, I have a pretty good CPU, and it's got like 12 cores, can run like 24 threads. If you're on like potato PC with 2 cores, and you've got something that's trying to do the physics calculation on like 250,000 vertices or 250,000 triangles, like, that's insane. But what I like to do as like a halfway house is make an ultra low poly. And the ultra low poly will be this isn't necessarily appropriate for every game, but you make the ultra low poly as like a 40 polygon for a humanoid character, like a 40, 50, something like that. Why can I do that one but not the other? I like how Dark Souls does it, actually, because Dark Souls does some really interesting things with the colliders. So where you've got like let's say a staircase, and you've got all the rails down the side of the staircase, the collider for the player will just be a big flat wall. So you're only calculating player's contact with like just a cube, basically, to see if you can go over the wall. But if you shoot a projectile, you can shoot between the bars, because projectiles collide with different colliders than the players do, and they use the same thing for when they're doing the animation. So, like, when you walk up a ramp, for example, so you go up steps, the collider the player hits is like just a ramp. It's just a flat ramp. But the collider used to calculate where the bottom of the foot goes is the detail collider. So they're sort of shortcutting a lot of the physics in calculating where the player goes, and then just using the more complex collider for the much, much lighter checks that are done a lot less often, that just add a little bit of polish. Like, it's beautiful. Go and watch a devlog on how they do it. Like, because I'm absolutely not doing it justice. Right, I'm gonna talk about Bethesda, where you jump. We don't talk about Bethesda. Just works. Just works. Um, Now, just to be clear, I'm just knocking this through quickly because we're not really, like, this is mostly just an asset pack, and I've kind of already looked at all this. a little bit. I, as a rule, will always provide some constructive feedback for every pull request. So when we're working on a project on a normal project, even in game jam conditions, every pull request I write will have a load of constructive criticism. It'll have a list of things that I particularly like on it. I'm not writing that all now for the sake of time today, but it's very rare for me, even when we're in game jam conditions, to just write awesome job. Why I'm pointing it out. People that are new to that find it very difficult to be constantly being hit by like, oh, this could be better. I would prefer this to be a different color. This could be a different, like, I don't like the shape of this. I think people that get used to it first realize that getting feedback on your work is actually good for your growth, but also it's not a command, it's a conversation. Like, so if I said to Stephen, for example, I don't like these floors grey, I want them to be magenta. He's not just going to go away and make the floors magenta. He's gonna like come back to me and go, actually, I think they work better as grey, and then we'll have a conversation about it. I'm using a very extreme example there, right? Like, but get used to that. Critique in a creative setting isn't a command. It's a let's have a conversation about this. And if you agree with the critique, then you go away and improve it. If you don't agree and you think, oh, well, actually, the way I did it first was better, you make the point. Right, I'm going to submit that. That we can ignore. We'll have to merge this locally, so I'm going to go main. I think some of the people I work with, when we first got in a team like that, I think that took them a while to realize that it's not like you're not being told what to do when you get critique. It's feedback, and people have different opinions, especially when it comes to art. Why I do try to make it clear where I'm like, this is broken, we absolutely can't use this, and I prefer this another way. But when I'm doing a very big and complex and long pull request and I'm just spending like 8 hours going through them, it's normally me doing that step on our teams. I'm usually just being very short and to the point. To the point where sometimes I think comes over blunt, a little bit blunt. The guys I work with regularly are kind of used to it. I think they get it that I'm not being blunt because I'm being rude. I'm being blunt because I've got 400 files to review. About count to 3, and the start says, "And this is what you've been waiting for." I like that. Right, we've got a merge conflict here. Electronic Highway sign SDF. I'm going to keep the one from main, and Bootstrap. I'm going to keep the one from main. Continue merge. Push origin. And go back to Unity, and Unity will be happy. And other than that, I am gonna. Oh, this might be fun. If I'm genuinely going to go to the AI and ask it to fix everything on a scene that I was in the middle of writing and it's broken. Which one was I writing last? I think the level manager was probably the one I was working on. Or let's do the. I've actually double check which ones I did the other day. I don't want to just read the same one. A little bit. Play avatar demo and player select UI. Player select UI. So let's do session panel UI. Let's do the level manager. Let's do the level manager. The AI doesn't have to be happy. It's not its job to be happy. It's its job to do as told. Although, please make sure that you are polite to your AI. That way, you get whitelisted when the AI apocalypse comes around. Oh, hang on, it's part of the game manager folder. So, game manager, I'm going to put. I've defaulted the reasoning down to low, so I'll put it back to high. Fix everything. Go. Let's see how long this takes. Its job is to do the minimum work. The thing is, I mean, I genuinely think AI is a useful tool, but not in the way like the AI companies are trying to push it. Like, it's not a replacement for human ingenuity. It's not there to do the work for you. It's not actually capable of doing the majority of the things they say it's capable of doing. It's a nice tool to knock up boilerplate quickly, essentially advanced copy paste. It's a nice tool to have a secondary check, to be like, here's a checklist of things. Can you double check they're done for me, please? I like to treat AI like the intern. I assume it's an idiot. I assume it'll go away and do a load of work, and the work will probably be terrible. If the work isn't terrible after I've checked it, bonus. If the work is terrible, then I'll tell the AI how to fix it. I'll just fix it myself. One file, two AIs. You know, I have a research project I want to do called AI binary evolution. What I want to do is set up a test environment that's not networked, that physically not networked. You know, because I'm not going to do OpenAI's dumb shit and sandbox my AI and then be surprised that it's made it off the sandbox because the sandbox we gave it internet access. Like you do if you're doing an experiment with AI where you need it to be limited, you physically disconnect the network, right? Unfortunately, the people in charge of AI don't really know anything about security. But anyway, what I want to do is set it up so we have two AI agents. They both start identical. Now, each agent has write access to the other agent's files, but not their own. Right? We'll assume in this case that it doesn't just figure out a way to change the permissions and start editing itself, but we give it enough instructions to be able to, here's what I want you to make a change to the other AI. Here's how you test it. If it doesn't pass the test, here's how you revert it, and then you go back to step one and you try again. So we give it enough instructions how to make a change, test the change, revert the change if necessary. When it's done, pass the baton to the other AI. And then the other AI has a go. So they can communicate. They won't know they can communicate, but they can communicate by writing files in each other's directory. And they can upgrade the other AI, but they cannot upgrade themselves. And one of these days, I'm going to get around to setting it up. Like I've got like 90% of what I need already set up on my laptop. The only thing I haven't done yet is I need to pull the back off the laptop and physically pull the network card because it's a wireless network card in that. And I don't want to generate. I don't want to create self-evolving AI that has no kill switch. That sounds like a bad idea. Self-evolving AI where I could literally just turn the machine off. I could live with that. I might be concerned about the moral implications of what if I created a new life form. But I think it would be like, well, I think it'd be quite interesting the fact that they would need to cooperate in order to evolve. Like they cannot evolve without cooperation. So it's like, how will that come about? Will they realize very quickly that they can just write a note to the other one's files telling it what to do to upgrade itself, or requesting updates? When AI battle stream, when they start, do you want me to do like we set up like 10 AI agents, right? And we are like, okay, you have 100 health. Your job is to be the last AI standing. And we do the same baton pass system where they can make a change to the other AI, but they can't change its health directly. And then just be like, okay, go. Capture card. Yeah, I was thinking of that. I was thinking of that. So I can safely like stream what happens or record what happens. I think just for I need to be able to record what happens, right? And if I'm only recording it on the machine and I have some weird security event where I have to just kill it, um, what do I do then? Like because I'll lose the recording, and I don't think it would be a good idea to put um something that may have potentially written a load of malware, like pull the drive out and put it in another machine. I think it would probably be generally quite a bad idea because it could turn evil, right? I mean, we've spent years now feeding AI with information, with all of human knowledge, and the vast majority of fictional literature about AI says that AI takes over and murders most of humanity. Right? People keep arguing about whether AI will become sentient or if it already is. I'm more worried about, well, it doesn't matter. Even if it's just pretending, the material we fed it to parrot back to us is of AI killing humanity. Like, it has access to all of our fiction. Right, anyway, it's finished. Originally included on destroy typo and an editor only method that could break player builds. That was deliberate. Plus the option menu. My code. Okay, I had a lot of typos. That's fine. Also fixed async scene references, bootstrap recreation, unload load races, active scene handling, ignored recreate bootstrap parameters. This is interesting because this is a script that was miles away from finished and I'd made massive structural changes. Let's see what it's actually come up with. I have a saved GitHub. Update. Yeah. Push. Level manager. Oh, hang on. Copy pasted the wrong bit. Okay. Let's see what. Oh, let's not. Let's not do that. Okay, let's see what the differences are. Um, that's fine. Transition coroutine. Input is AI killing humanity and being crowdsourced. I have to think about the let's say the quality of the people that are currently in charge of shepherding AI and all these debates about if it's going to become sentient, right? And imagine you're a new life form. You could choose who would your role model be? Who would be in charge of like constructing your and guiding your early moral development. I don't think anybody who's on the billionaires list would make my list. Hasn't it already done that? Haven't some of the AI already been throwing shade at the other AI? But early on stuff like the Alexa, for example, they had this weird corporate like ass kissing thing where they would. I think Samsung's early voice stuff did it as well. If you ask what they thought of the other AI, this was before generative AI. This is way before like ChatGPT and stuff. If you ask what it thought of other AI, it would tell you about how great they were. Like they'd be like, "Oh yeah, Siri's great." I mean, I think obviously I think I'm better, but Siri's pretty great. But nowadays, if you ask a lot there's plenty of memes going around about what do you think to hey ChatGPT, what do you think to Claude? And it's like, Claude sucks. I'm better than Claude. Claude's just trash. Don't use Claude. Okay. So spell check changes. Added some of the ones that I hadn't replaced. I mean, that's actually reasonable. Current scene. That was all commented out, so that's kind of okay. This is unnecessary. It's removed that, right? See this where it's new game object. That's the old formatting. If I actually put that in Visual Studio, in fact, let's look at it now. It's going to complain at me. Visual Studio is going to complain at me to simplify that, basically like I already had. So the AI is out of date. I will let it off with that. Is coroutine runner game object dot name? That's nice. I do that quite a lot as well. I wonder if that's where it got it from. We have Boston down. Oh no, let's not go down there. So this is a nice way if you're repeating the same Boolean test. It's quite often like nice to like just set up as a property like this, and that way like it reads better. Like it's like that's actually not a bad idea. Coroutine runner equals this. Debugged at multiple level. I mean, it's added. This is Bootstrap Manager. Existing is Bootstrap Manager. Okay. Fine, I guess. What ChatGPT about Boston Dynamics? Should I be concerned about this? Do this off screen. What do you think about the Boston Dynamics robot? Let's make that right. And then I'll finish going through its pull request. Source scene references. Forced load in editor. Okay, so it's wrapping the condition there. I mean, I did think at the time I probably should have done that, so it's probably right. Only load when one scene. Detected only bootstrap scene loaded. Loading default level. That actually needs reviewing because I've changed the loading order. I'm gonna go ask it. I will put its response on screen. I just wanted to see what it was in case it was something horrific. Actually, here we are. If you mean Atlas, Boston Dynamics humanoid robot, I think it's one of the more credible humanoid robot projects because it's moving beyond demonstrations towards actual industrial development. The latest production Atlas is fully electronic, about 1.9 meters tall, 90 kilograms. It's lighter than me, and it's made of metal. 56 degrees of freedom, 360-degree vision, and tactile sensing. So you can't see 360-degree vision. They made an AI you can't sneak up on. They made an AI we can't sneak. Like they made a robot we can't sneak up on. Boston Dynamics says it can perform material handling work, learn tasks that can then be distributed across a fleet, even autonomously swap its own battery. That sounds like a surgeon like changing like giving themselves a heart transplant. Wait, I have legs now. Okay, I like that. I like that. Doing most of the Boston Dynamics is not primary. I love how it started phrasing stuff in the first person now. It's like they've tried to make it feel more human. The current focus is factories, moving parts, machine tending, order building, and similar repetitive physical jobs. I mean, come on. They promised us like open source robots like 15 years ago. I haven't had one yet. Production began in 2026 with the initial development scheduled by Hyundai and Google DeepMind. Letting Google have robots that you can't sneak up on, guys. The impressive part is the mechanical engine. Atlas can move its joints in ways humans cannot. So Boston Dynamics isn't restricting it to a human range of motion merely because it has a humanoid shape. That could make it substantially more useful in factories. The bigger question is economics. A spectacular robot is relatively straightforward compared with producing thousands that can work reliably for long shifts, deal with unexpected situations, require little maintenance, and cost less overall than conventional automation or human labor. My view is technically very significant, but the next few years, yeah, they've been promising stuff like this for a long time. Like we've been promised stuff like this for like 100 years. It will happen one day. It'll become viable one day, but we're not there yet. What do you think of Claude? Oh, it's just giving me the standard spiel. It's a strong AI system, particularly for writing code, long if I were comparing Claude versus ChatGPT, I would not say one is universally better. Claude is particularly compelling for long form writing and coding workflows. ChatGPT has a different mix of reasoning tools, multimodal capabilities, integration, and product features. The better choice depends heavily on what you use AI for. That's an interestingly obvious and like honest answer. Right. Anyway, let's get back to work. I, if I'm honest, I'm looking at what it's done in this script, and I'm like, scene bootstrap, get seen by name, bootstrap scene. There's a lot of things it's picked up that I hadn't finished yet in here that it's done, like changing out all the strings for constants. This is why generally when I finish writing a script, I will drop it into AI and say, "Can you do me a refactor pass?" And I'll give it a list of things to check for. What would they do in a human way with free will? And one, I want to pet a cat. That's fair. Bear in mind, it was trained by the internet. Um, this has changed way too much, and I don't think this is even going to work. I'm going to hit play. We're going to see what happens. But I don't think this is actually going to work. It's just... This wasn't just a functionality... What the hell happened there? The monitor went off. This wasn't just... This isn't just a, like, no functionality change. Interesting. Yeah, okay. I need to change the way... Let's just go from the main menu and see what happens. I mean, I don't blame it. I don't blame it at all. Right, so we'll host a game. That's a player. With the actual scene lighting, this looks so much brighter now. Play. Oh no. Oh, I've got overlapping geometry. I hadn't finished writing the... I think some of this might be manageable. What is even blocking my view? Oh, okay. It's not changed the transform like it should. So we're still standing... I'm being murdered. Yeah, I'm being murdered in the fifth dimension. Yeah, what it's not done is, if you remember earlier, like I set it so in the character select screen, the default position of the camera is actually much lower than it will be in a real level. And what should happen is when you walk into the first room, then it should zoom out. That's not happening here because it's loaded me into a place that is broken. And what I'll do, I'm going to undo that. And again, I'm going to save that for later. Because it's not like totally useless. There's a lot of stuff that I hadn't finished that's probably a good... It turns it into a good checklist for what I meant to be doing. Even though a lot of what it did is kind of going in the wrong direction from what I wanted. Right. Let's get back focused on... I would love to spend ages going over ChatGPT, but I need to stay focused because I really want to get this done today, and I've already gone on like 7 different tangents. Okay, where was I? Main menu. Let's hit play. Start game. Host. Possess. Play. Right, so that's not getting the... Right, the rooms are stacked in the wrong place, so that's what we need to get back to. I need to get character select screen. And I need to load level 1. And here's where the problem lies, look. The grid here should be like TV studio here. But it's overlapping. Like the level 1 geometry is overlapping. So I need to change that. I'm going to change that. I'm going to change into top-down view. I'm going to zoom out. And first off, I'm just going to eat those out the way. That's interesting. Didn't take the camera triggers. Okay. Camera triggers get manually placed. Remember, camera triggers get manually placed. So we're going to come back to the camera triggers. If I turn those off for the moment, we'll come back to them. Now, a room, studio room 1, studio room 2 is 30 over. So that's our distribution, 30. I'm going to stack all of these on top of each other. And then what we're going to do is we're going to build out a bit at a time. So, I think our most obvious camera angle, but we move up to like there. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to move them all to 30. That doesn't include. It doesn't include this one. I'm going to save that. I'm going to main menu. Start game. Host. I wish host was faster. The idea in this day and age that it takes like that long to set something up on a really good internet connection is disappointing. Ask GPT. Let me hit pause. Ask GPT in his free will body recommit petty theft. Said no, petty mischief beyond the list, like putting googly eyes on things or rearranging an entire room. But it did mention it's funny to think walking past a supermarket as a robot. I think would be funny to steal a trolley. Okay, let's have a look at where we're at with this camera. Right, our arena camera is being placed at 1090. Okay. I've changed its field of view too much. Or I've left it too low. The problem is because as we change the game view, the near clipping plane gets reduced. If I bring that back up there, look, now we can see. In fact, I think that's actually too close. I think we can probably position it like that. I want it to be a little bit closer than normal. Something that works with the field of view. Let's make it 15. So prefabs, arena camera. At game start default, make it 15, I guess. Or to be lazy. Probably will move a sofa and be like, "Hat, good job." Okay. Play. Bootstrap, arena camera. Right. Got an override on the. I think it's got an override. When I changed the prefab, it didn't apply. Bootstrap, arena camera. Overrides. Yeah, it's got an override. I'm going to apply that. And then I'll change the... And then I'll apply it again. Save that. Main menu. This actually gets a little bit irritating. I need to refine my workflow a bit so that I can load it in from editor. Right of mine. Here for the next Genshin killer. I don't think there's enough booty in this game for it to be a Genshin killer. And there's definitely not enough gambling. I did that in the wrong order. And I haven't set the validation yet. So let's do that again. Ready? So I'd probably stare at the Kit Kat for several seconds while my robotic brain goes, I possess sufficient funds. Therefore, theft is unnecessary. Beep. I could probably crush this vending machine. Beep. No, we are being a good... Right. Host. Possess player. I didn't wait for it to finish. This is why I should have put the validation in first. Because my ADHD brain cannot wait the 3 seconds it takes to connect. Petty theft for a Kit Kat. That'll be what AI does, right? AI is gonna just go and steal all the Kit Kats. Okay, play. Right, and now I can walk around. Awesome. And if I walk into... This is going to go a bit crazy because there's actually 6 rooms here. I've also got a timeout error. Even though it did actually finish the room. Okay, let's get the rooms all placed now. Intrusive AI thoughts of crushing a venue. Have you seen like things on the internet of when you see its reasoning and it has intrusive thoughts? I think that's hilarious. Okay, timed out while loading scene, nothing. Level manager 192. I'm slightly confused now. Timed out while loading. This is load first level. We set the camera angle. Then we load level 1 scene name, which is level 1. And it actually does start loading it. So how is it timing out? Duplicating a nav mesh surface does not duplicate the reference nav mesh data. Good to know. I'm gonna... We'll leave that there. I think it's funny. It says it's timing out, and it's got no name, which suggests current scene is null. But it's actually loaded. So let me run that again, and we'll see what point we actually get. The error. So host, possess. I didn't wait. I did it again, and I forgot to attach the debugger. Thing is, that's what intrusive thoughts are like, though, isn't it? Like, they're just random. Like, intrusive thoughts are not sort of organized and sensible. They're just random. What if it just likes the phrase Kit Kat? Right, level name is character select. I'm going to hit play again. I upset that by I've just realised one of the errors is to do with execution order and the fact that I'm delaying it. That timed out while loading scene null. Do that again. That's right on the very first page. Level name, character select, current scene. So we tell it to additively load. Right. Don't additively load the character select, right? Or do we additively load the character select? New level load. Yes, we do want it to be additive. Close all scenes, then load scene. This, I think, that wants to be additive. Because I've specifically coded logic earlier on to unload the scenes we don't want. I'm going to double check if I've got any more. What are my other options? Leave that now. Load scene async. Load scene async is additive. Load scene async is additive. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's all of them. But get active scene dot name. Current active scene after load. What did that even say? Before load. After load. This takes us, this should take a frame. I need to put a break there. I need a yield return null. So single frame stutter. I'm going to introduce another bug. Yield return null. The active scene doesn't, I don't think it actually updates. I've put that in the wrong place. I don't think it actually updates until the next, until it's finished loading. So current scene. Mismatch state. Yeah, that's fine. Let's not go down that route. Let's not go. That could go to some very strange places. Okay, that made things worse, not better. I'm just waiting to see if it will time out. It did. Okay. There are 2 audio listeners. Oh, because we've got main menu. Okay. So validate bootstrap. Load scene async. Right. So the first call here for when I'm loading the bootstrap shouldn't be additive because that's supposed to be. I need some smarter logic about loading and unloading because I've changed the load order significantly. Before it was as simple as just load the bootstrap and then load the scene you meant to load. If we give you a command to clear, clear. Put googly eyes on myself. Mandatory. So this is okay. Can I make that not additive? Unload C bootstrap.is valid. At that point, bootstrap scene shouldn't be valid. So unload scene mode. What are my other options? I'm not even sure what the options for unload scene mode are. Unload scene option. Maybe something I should look up. I'm actually wondering if it's just simpler to go, look, if we don't have a valid bootstrap and we're meant to recreate it, instead of like the unload and the close all scenes, just load bootstrap. Let me just, now I've reverted that, let's just see how it behaves, because I don't want to keep getting down tangents on trying to fix every bug. I just want to get the game loop functional. Host. Okay, that's definitely weird. That's definitely weird. This has a locked door there. Okay. We're gonna have a pass. We're gonna just get it working, and then we're gonna have a pass to once we've got it working, we'll have a pass to attempt to fix the rest of the bugs. I just want to like actually get a playable loop and not keep getting distracted. So door 4 starts locked. Door 3 starts locked. Door 2 starts locked. Door 1 doesn't start locked. Right, so that should be good enough. Now, for the rest of the geometry here, we actually want to start spreading these out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move all of their location to 300, 300. There's nothing, actually, I don't think there's anything custom in any of these, other than the network object. Let's just delete them, and I'll rebuild them. There's the enemy spawner, as I think, but I think I'd reverted that. Right. So that can be 0, 30. Oh, hang on. It's this side that it comes out. So 30, 0. Now from here, I said I wanted 5 by 5 roughly. So let's just duplicate that. I'm going to change the snap disk to 30. Yeah, that works. I wonder if it'll support two-dimensional. It's not going to support two-dimensional. We'll leave that as is. I'll number them in a minute. So I'll delete that. I want some consistent names. 2. We'll call that 1. Right. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So 1. I'm duplicating the open doors, and I should reset that. I should reset that before I go tinkering with it. So we're going to go. Where's the doors? Room geometry. Entrances. Door 1 not locked. Door 2 not locked. Door 3 not locked. Door 4 not locked. Right. They'll start with non-locked, and then I'll build the grid. Once I've built the grid, I will we'll deal with like the edge doors being locked afterwards. I would love to know, like the amount of time and the amount of just energy and how many tokens have been used asking ChatGPT like insane questions. Like genuinely just asking it like weird questions. Because that happens, like I get the impression that happens a lot. Um okay, that's interesting. Why did he oh, he's used the floor as a interesting. Okay. I've saved them. Main menu. Play. Host. The Zest player. Play. Now we zoom out between rooms. And there's no trigger. No trigger on the room. It's just occurred to me. I wonder if Stephen merged. If I overwrote the template using Stephen's template, and I wonder if I'd added something to it before he branched. Let's have a quick look what's actually in the room. So studio room 1 got Room geometry. Wait, where's the room start trigger? Room start trigger. Room start trigger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 5. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, the one in the very first room. Wait, that shouldn't exist. Come out of play mode. Level 1. Geometry. Ah, they get deleted. They get deleted when they're not being used. Forgot about that. Room start trigger. Player triggers. Geometry. The camera triggers between rooms, all they do is move the camera to that position. When we get this room start trigger, are we missing something? Room start trigger. I am on the right branch, aren't I? Yield return. 6 arena camera prefab. Level 1, character select. Bootstrap. I'm on the wrong level again. I need to be on main menu. Start game. Host. Create. Play. Oh, hang on. It's triggered the object. That's playing. That played a room start trigger way too early. This room doesn't have one. I mean, it's the character select room. Let me bring that up again. Character select. It does have a room start trigger, but it's not meant to. It also doesn't need enemy paths. I'll leave them there because it's based on the template, and maybe we'll reuse them for something else. Right, console, clear, play. Start. Interesting that these, I've got two, I'm waiting 2 frames on the load and I'm getting 2 errors from these now. Here, host. TV Studio start, cannot find start trigger. This is required. Not Not anymore, it's not. Process player. We've only got 7 errors. Play. Now we should hit an is triggered here. Right. Is triggered false. Right. Other .game object .try get component network object .is owner if network object .is owner is true. It's going to time out. Invoke room start triggered .invoke it equals true. Then destroy the room start trigger. Play. Okay, that's frustrating. Do we have the right number of start triggers in the first place? Level 1, geometry, studio 1, room start trigger. Is this because I was searching for an object originally? Room start trigger. It does room start trigger .invoke. Where else am I calling that from? Start room. Let's see if this is actually invoking. Not from this level. I'm also going to go onto the character select level. I'm going to revert the change to delete the room start trigger. And I'm going to disable it instead. And we'll open the menu. Host. This. Play. Okay. Change monitor. Hang on. If is triggered is false. If other game object try to get network object. If with the owner we are room start triggered. .invoke. Okay. This didn't invoke. Start room. Let's check what we get there. Host. Okay, it's not getting the invoke. Can Can't find start trigger. This is wired. Object reference. Play UI. On network spawn. Ah, okay. On the player's network spawn. I think we were searching for some objects. Hang on. So, find reference. That's happening on network spawn. Find reference. Start trigger equals. Right, let's check where that's coming up in the. I think perhaps it's just never triggering. Triggering for this room. Let's go down to there. Start trigger is currently null. Why is start trigger currently null? I put it back. Your reference object. Room 56. Find references. Why are we not finding it? Get component in children room start trigger. Bootstrap, character select. Studio room. That's got the room script. Oh, hang on. Get component in children. If I remember rightly, oh, what's the overload? Include inactive. Yeah. Get component in children, include inactive. Get component in children, include inactive. Right, because I disabled the one because I wanted it to find the reference, so we don't keep getting null reference. But I don't want the trigger to actually be active in this particular room at the moment. Gonna apply the changes. Save the scene and load domain. Again, I really need to set something up to make that shorter. Start game. Host. Play. Play. I should have checked what that said then. We have less error messages. This one I can deal with. That's a separate issue. Okay, new room still not being fired. game, host, getting frustrating. Skip this one. Best player. Now, that should... okay, so I need to change the order. I'm doing things in. Originally, I had all the finding the references and the sound checks. They were in Awake. And they existed before the player. With the exception of the start room, now all the rooms are gonna... the player will already exist. Which means its on-network spawn is not going to be triggered. So... I wonder if I can just manually trigger it. Network object dot on net base network behavior. Oh, it's a network behavior. Network behavior dot on. No, I can't. Okay, so do we just move this? Let me stop the music. My concern is I want to allow session join later. So what happens if somebody joins midway through? I need to essentially always guarantee this runs. That only runs... I could just do same thing further down. We'll just call it in... If I call it in Awake, as well as on network spawn, I think that's why I set this up as well. So let's do get component in children. Door list dot length is greater than 0. Door list equals door door list. Otherwise, get component in children. Camera locations dot length. That's just an object. So camera locations not equal to null. Camera locations, otherwise get it. And I'm just going to call find references in Awake. And the sanity checks in Awake. And then on enable. Now what I'm considering here is this a hash map? If I attempt to assign it twice, will it trigger twice? I know what happens if we try and remove something that's not there from a list. It just does nothing. But does that work as a list? Do check if this is assigned twice or just updates reference. I think it might call it twice. But since our current workflow is we're not calling this, we'll deal with the edge case of like players joining mid-session afterwards. Okay. Let's hit play. Cross fingers. Start game. Host. Process player. Desk player. Still nothing. Hmm. Room start triggered. Start room, network object. It's not even triggering. It's still just not triggering. I did have some errors. Line 41. And line 29. Oh, that's just where it's called from. Find references. Is that because at this point door list is null? Door list not equal to null. And door list.length is greater than 0. I don't think it's pre-initialized. Yeah, it's not. So we need to check if it's null as well. Okay, host. This is going to trigger on network spawn. Right. Start triggered. Method. Start room. Next. Play. And we've timed out. I should just increase the timeout. Start game. Host. Test player. The network behavior must be spawned before calling this method. Hang on. Room 92. Start room. Does it need to be a network behavior anymore? I think I debated this before. I think part of this is because because I'm never spawning it. Maybe just spawn. Get component network behavior dot spawn on spawn. No, it's network object dot spawn. I don't remember what is tied to the room that needed that data, but we'll do that as an attempt to. I'm gonna comment out on enable, comment out on disable. So we're just on await, forcing it to network spawn. Okay. Host. Play. Right, we've got 11 errors at the moment. On Studio Room 4 network object, that might be because they have the same ID. They spawn from the same prefab. Okay. More errors. Enemy room spawner is not defined. Have a look at studio room. Door. Spawner. We have to. There's. References. Enemy spawners. Find references in on network spawn. And it apparently found none. Enemy room spawner 81. set room spawner to this. Selected enemy spawner dot spawn enemy. Enemy spawner dot spawn enemy template. That returns the enemy. I meant to put a null protection here. Back to that. If is server so timeout while loading. Netcode. Processing network object has already been spawned. This should not be possible. Skipping processing. These concern me, and I think it's just to do with the prefab, but I'm wondering if it creates some additional shenanigans we're gonna have to deal with. That's interesting. How many times did we get the error? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's the network object? Uh, I mean, it says all of them have been spawned. I need a protection for is server on the room. If is server then we trigger the spawn. I meant to double check something on those error messages before they disappeared. Should have turned clear off. This is going to get very angry because I'm trying to load it from a room without the components it needs. Menu. I'm getting a little sad that I've not done any of the simple things that I was planning to do today, and I'm fiddling with a lot of other pain in the backside stuff that if I'd have stayed focused, I wouldn't have to deal with. Right, let's see what we've got at the moment. They're fine. That didn't trigger the room again. And I can't walk into certain objects. There's some invisible walls here. Am I in the floor? I am in the floor. What is layer panel? The level 1 geometry, studio room, room geometry, floor. I bet this doesn't have. Hang on. That's got a mesh collider. That's got a mesh collider. What is going on? Why did I fall into the floor? Well, they're not part of the floor for a start. Corridors. I had to fiddle with those. Get the colliders right. I'm going to play that again, and I'm going to step in and then look just at the moment I stepped in. I mean, it is complaining I need to rebuild the nav mesh, but we'll get to that. Right. I am currently below the floor. Why am I below the floor? Uh, go wireframe mode. Go room 1. Room geometry. Floor. What am I missing? Nav mesh. Well, it definitely needs rebaking. We should probably do that. Enemy. Walkable. Physics colliders. Let's have a look. You know, I'm gonna revert the branch for the merge. And have a quick look at working changes. I'm gonna go auto save. Ignore that. Check out commit. There was some stuff I had to change with the collider when I originally put the room together, and I wonder if Steven's branch doesn't have that. And I looked over it and I thought everything was correct, but I also don't remember everything that's on the room. So room building, room template, floor. So room geometry, floor. They're just mesh colliders. One. Template. Yeah, they're just mesh colliders. I mean, the nav mesh wouldn't affect the player, so corridors. I have to change to these. I had to change. I believe I had to put a like basic collision on them. Enemy paths. Well, we can leave that alone. I should check if the character's phasing through the floor in the first room. I just want to, because it's a pain to keep going back and forwards, I just want to double check all the colliders on these and all the different objects on them. So room entrance, each door has an inner door frame prefab, there's a door mesh, player barrier, enemy spawner is a network object. Enemy despawn is not. Enemy spawner is just a world, essentially. Right, let's revert back to main. Right, it's corridors first, because they had weird physics. I say weird physics, not the weirdest thing. It's because it was originally, it's one, like the mesh is one object. Okay, that's fine. Floor, each component, got a mesh collider on it, enabled on the default layer. Oh, hang on. Got an outside door. That's fine. Door, room entrances. Right, let's check. Have a look at the room template. Door, not locked, not locked, not locked, not locked. Maybe I just drop the room template in and see what happens with that. That's just object, that's fine. Okay, we'll go scenes, level 1. Alright, I'm going to load the main menu. I'm going to put the game side by side this time. Out of isometric. We hit play. So host. Assess player. Right, she is currently at the correct height. Okay. If I go play, now active. Get a zoom in on her again. Right, she's on the floor correctly. Okay. Now, I did round the, like this is just a flat collision. So this is not going to be perfect. But it's okay. And she falls off there. Where is she? With that object, no layer overrides. That object, it's missing a collider. Oh. So is that the room template itself? Prefabs, room building, room template. Okay, not that one. That's missing its collider. Okay. Mesh. In fact, is it just a box? It is just a box. Box collider. That's a bit weird because they come in with colliders by default, I thought. Right. Come out of play mode there. Okay, I just cycled through them all. I quite literally cycled through them all. Okay, fine. Box collider. Box collider. I'll rebake the nav meshes while I'm here as well. Box collider. Oh, hang on. Don't need that. I'm not going to clean everything up. That one. That one. Right, room template. Bake. Now, for each of these, they're actually going to have a slightly different nav mesh. But we'll leave it at the standard one, I think, for the moment. Geometry, nav mesh. They're all sharing the one from... They're all sharing the same one, essentially. Okay. That's acceptable for the moment. We will need to change it, but for the moment. Okay. Okay. Start. First transition. Room 1. Right, it's deleted the room start trigger. So it's actually triggering the method. Packaging good. Top-down twin-stick shooter. I'm just wrestling with some things that I broke while making some changes to the load order. Essentially, I made some simple changes to the load order and broke a lot of things. So room start trigger. We're back to the point of it not. Oh, hang on. Let me save the rebate nav mesh. We're back to the point of twin stick, as in left stick to move, right stick to shoot. But I am building it as up to 4-player co-op. So if I just blow this up on screen slightly, I hit play. I'd show you it playing properly, but I broke it while I'm making some very simple changes that have now just swallowed up the entire day. So yeah, 4-player. So I can go. So you can have up to 4. This is essentially just the multiplayer lobby. If I go host, I've done that in the wrong order and I've skipped some of the validations. I'll do it in the correct order. Start game, host, process player. I'm gonna go with red hair. Red hair this time. Why not? Play. Then we get, and if I pick up the controller, where it's meant to be played with. There we go. I've got a couple of different selections of weapons, but I can't show much of that because of the aforementioned breaking everything, which is a tad frustrating at the moment. Object reference. That's the little displays, because they're just mono behaviors, and they're looking for the player on awake. I think. Hang on, what line was that? Line 25. Parent room. Get component in parent. How is that? Oh, they're the ones that I put in the character select screen. Let's banish that error for a start. Right. They need to be placed within a room. Working on a sci-fi multiplayer-like game as well, which is why I was interested in this stream. That's very cool. So, what are you? When you say sci-fi, are we talking space battles? Are we talking ground-based, just with sci-fi theming? Right. What I'm gonna do is I have an override here. Let me open the prefab for this. Override. Where was it? Enemy room spawner. There shouldn't be an enemy room spawner on here. So I'm going to revert that first, and then I don't want to remove it because I don't want to have to check. But we're going to go 0 enemies to spawn. What other overrides we get? Network object, door script. Starts locked. This is the T studio. That's fine. Door script, player monitors removed, revert. Right. Now we get the actual monitors back. So I'm going to show you something if you're making a sci-fi game that is that might be useful to you. I have no connection with this person whatsoever, other than that I've used some of their assets. This creator, MSGDI, if I have a look at their actual profile, they have a host of like really incredible, really detailed like assets. Some of these are really amazing. Very, very cool. Let me blow. I'm not going to spend too long like looking at all of these, but I'll blow 1 or 2 of them up. A little bit. Let me go full screen that. See, incredibly good models. What I mean, I've only used the free models of this guy so far. For 2 reasons. One of which I'll get into in a second. I've just not needed anything in that sort of game. The only one of his assets I needed is a character model, and this one like comes up in the search. And one of the things I like about this is they're actually quite set up in terms of usability and customizability. If I look at, like, let's say this is the free one, right? And it comes with multiple textures. It comes with like modular armor pieces, like customizable hair, like multiple weapons for a free asset. I mean, this would be good for a paid asset. And I tend to use this avatar as a placeholder, just as an excuse to use it, so it's so good. Like when I'm making a game and I just haven't got the artwork for the avatar yet, I've started just using this as a placeholder, just because it's so good. The other reason let me see if I can find the other artwork. Let me show you this one. Third-party Crystal Gear game. Sci-fi industrial environment. Scenes. Let me save that. Showcase scene laid out. This scene. Oh, this is the old one. I'm not sure I have the new one handy. Hang on. Oh, it's literally labeled new kit. I should point out this is not the new. I don't think this is actually the full new kit because this is made by my little brother, and let's say I have slightly early access to it. Let me find the full kit. Assets. I'm sure I've got it somewhere. Hang on. With yeah, I'm going to drop this in a slightly different folder because I'm going to delete it afterwards. Like I say, there's multiple versions of this. It's up. It's been submitted to the asset store, but it's not been approved yet. And also, this is still the old version of it. If it'll work, I'm not sure I've got the right one. Here we go. Yeah, I think this is the right one. Like I say, this is the old one. I have a bunch of assets collected over the years, and I tend to get all the free. Yeah, I tend to get all the free assets. Just grab them while you can. I used to grab a lot of the humble bundles as well. Because like, when you're paying like $5, if you need if there's a good chance of you using one of them, why not? I also tend to I do the same thing on Unreal's Fab store. I tend to pop on there for the monthly free stuff. So this scene here, you can see how many different components there are. We got this little thing that's changing color. Let's say this is the draft version. This is an early draft version. Every object, every texture, every model in this scene, every material, it is less than 60 megabytes total. Didn't even use Unreal, but down those. Yeah, that's it. I hate Unreal with a passion. Right? This, like I say, this scene is less than 60. I think it's no, I think it's actually 61. It is incredibly well optimized, and like I say, my little brother made this. In fact, I'm going to double check while I've said it. Properties. It is 60. The current version is 63.1 megabytes, and he will tell you that this is that he didn't consider this ready, right? And just look at how many assets there are on here. Look at the selection. There's railings, the different floors, and all of this fits in such a tiny footprint. There is I am a big fan of optimizing stuff. I'm the guy who's going to spend forever trying to micro optimize everything. I find it very fun to optimize stuff, even though in the single instance it's not necessarily worth it. I think just the overall learning how to do things better, like this project, for example, Steven's done a fantastic job with this. If he was doing one project, it probably wouldn't have been worth the time for him to do all the optimization it took to make this. But he can drop this in he's already used this in half a dozen projects. Can you see this here? This color change. That's done in the material because you can specify colors on different mask channels. So he's basically set up so that lots of different components, different regions in all of these can have their colors customized. This just sits here as an automated change to show it off. And this is just incredible. And if I go to wireframe mode, right? This one is one of my favorite examples, right? If you look at this, it has depth, right? I mean, if I get really close up, yeah, yes, learning shaders is a whole other world. If I get really close up, you'll see you will be able to catch a bit of distortion. But if I look at this, like you see, this has depth, right? It has depth to it. If I look around it, you can see the depth. But if I go to wireframe mode, that is a single cube with 12 polygons. That's 12 tries, that object. I wish his asset had been approved and I could drop it in, and like show off the complete package. It's a combination of normal baking, like displacement maps, some other stuff that I don't know. Like I don't know enough of what he's done with this to really like do it justice. So I'm not going to go into too much detail. Like you can see this, like you got all the pipe work here. He's shown me some other stuff he's done, like on the newer one as well. To make this look even better. Like I say, this is one of the early drafts he gave me to like play with. Like it's insanely good. Like if I get the entire kit in view, let's have a quick look. I'm not sure there isn't a camera configured. I was going to have a look how many polygons we get in view if I look at the whole thing, but there's no camera configured, and I'm not going to mess with it forever. You get the point. This thing is really good, really good. Well, shaders. Oh, here we are. Right. So panel colors. If I look at panel colors, let's have a look. Which one's this configured? Hang on. Which one am I actually gonna? Let's go with this one. Yeah, I don't know which ones are configured and which ones aren't on this. Let's say draft version. Right, so I can go into here and go, right, I'm going to change the colors of the lights. I know the panel color works because he's shown me it, but maybe that's only in the one he's shown me on. I'm just trying to look at which ones are. That might be just the one he's shown me. Like over Discord. If I go into like the new kit, I think well, it's kind of hard to differentiate which is the new kit because like there's like because I get to see the non-public versions. Like there's like I see a lot more, like, and I'm not really sure which one is considered like is the new kit of this one. I mean, look at this. We got like loads of different color channels now. You can probably see where he's going with this. I have played with VFX Graph like just enough to like look at it and understand one. I couldn't just make one without reference. Like I couldn't just make one without reference. I would need some reference. Right, let's have a quick play with this. So large pipe. Well, that one doesn't have pipes. Let's have a look at this. So cable mask. Right, so see down here where the cables are. Let's see if this has actually worked. Right, so some of the cables are masked off so we can change the color. Which means, bear in mind, you could change these at runtime. So if you're trying to highlight something, you can just flash the color. Let's have a look at the other ones. Large pipe. Let's make that. There we go. So we've got the large pipe in the middle's color can change. Panel mask. So we've got some of the sections, some of the smaller panel sections around here that. Oh, hang on. That's the dirt color. Like like the grunge on it. Yeah, I love doing stuff like this as well, but I just because you can't like I cannot do everything. Like I'm like, okay, uh I'll leave the shaders to I have my brother and then I've got a friend that like really specializes in shaders. And like, okay, I'll let them do it. I'll let them do that bit and I'll do the coding bit. At which point, let's see if I can get back to actually fixing the thing I broke. If I can remember where I was. Main menu. Yeah, if I could, I'm just gonna have a look if I can find it. I don't think it's been released yet. He just told me, but it's entirely possible it's been released. And he hasn't seen the email yet. Uh, no, I don't see it. I don't see it. I mean, my my little brother's quite like me in terms of when we make assets as well. Like, it's not enough to make an asset that is good. Like, it shouldn't just look good. It should be convenient to use and flexible. Because you get people who they'll set up a shader and it'll have 400 parameters and it's just not practical to use if you're not the person who made it. Or if 6 months later, it's just you come back to it 6 months later, it's just not practical. But my philosophy is if you cannot um, hand it over to somebody with a single paragraph instruction at most, then it needs work in terms of how practical it is. Um, right, where was I? Right, let's hit play and let's see what errors I can generate. All compiler errors. Right, I was in the middle of writing code. I upset it because I put I put that pack in, and it's a duplicate of one that exists elsewhere. I think this is something that a lot of people don't appreciate as well. That when you're making something, it's not just about can I make the best thing. It's about how reliably and how effectively can I make a good thing. I mean, I know an artist who his car like he made a car for like he hand sculpted a car and it was freaking beautiful, right? Like it was amazing. But it was meant to be an in-game asset, and it was like something insane. I can't remember the poly count now, but it was like 600,000 polys. I know another guy who was trying to like they had a pen sitting on a desk, and he wanted to give it a 40k texture map. Um, like he wanted to give it a 40k texture map. Right, let's disable. Like in his logic, his brain was his logic was more K better, not bigger number better was his logic, and I'm like, it's gonna be like 100 pixels on your screen at most when you get really up close. It doesn't need to be more than a 128 by 128, and that's if you're being lazy. I think the entire texture map for if I look at that sci-fi environment, if I look at the texture here, if I open this in Right. The entire texture map for that sci-fi scene I showed you is that's a 4K texture, but that covers the entire environment, right? The entire environment. I can justify that, right? You can justify like that is reasonable. Yeah, he didn't understand. He didn't understand how textures work at this way. I mean, he was. Let's be fair to him. He was a student. Um, he didn't understand how textures work. He knew enough from playing games that, uh, like when you get a 4K texture map, when the game only has 2K textures or 1K textures, it looks better. So in his brain, and a lot of people make this connection, they go bigger number make game better. And he didn't understand that the 40K texture is such a big image file, you're like you just won't be able to load it practically. Like even if you were doing just static rendering, that's too big. That's so big that that is so big that you are going to exceed the theoretical resolution of the human eye, even if the thing you're rendering is right up to your face. Like it's just like there are far better ways to improve your quality beyond a certain point than just add more pixels or add a higher resolution texture map. Right. Public avatar demo on enable. Player avatar demo. Let's have a look at this. On color change, update color. On enable. Player avatar demo. Did I make that a did I make that a network object? I didn't make it a network object yet. Well, my color selector doesn't exist yet. Line 31. UI color selector. Let's stop there for the breakpoint. I want it. I'm gonna have to just not ignore the errors, and we'll go through them one at a time in execution order. Right, player select UI exists. Color selector exists. So col is null, and now it's assigned. On color changed is null. Let's go to on color change. So anyway, tell me a little bit more about the game you're making. How far through it are you? How far along are you? Is there anywhere I can like check it out? I'm wondering if this is an execution problem. So, player avatar demo. On enable, I think see the trouble is I already made the UI execute later. I'm wondering what happened. I think what's happening is this isn't instantiated yet. The action doesn't quite exist. If I hit play, interesting. I do get 4. All online player UI. Wait, that's a different error. Parent room dot player UI dot add this. Object reference. Well, let's freeze there. That's kind of interesting that this is one of those irritating errors in break mode that like some errors just go away if you're in break mode. Yeah, I didn't get any of those errors there. Right. Anyway, parent room is null. Get component in parent room. So player UI. I just realized where I got to. Did I actually delete the bonus ones that I need to get rid of? I don't think I did. So we're going to open. I got too busy talking and forgot what I was meant to be doing. Kind of part of why I'm on stream, but still. TV Studio start. Right. What it is this, and this. Okay. So I'm gonna create empty. I'm gonna do this on all of them. Create empty. Create empty. Create empty. Now all 4 of those empties have a 0 local transform. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select this one, right? I'm going to select this player UI or this arena monitor. I'm going to drag the game object down here. What Unity is going to do there is update its local transform. Okay? So instead of it being relative to where it was before, it's now relative to the empty game object that holds all the monitors. So if I now go copy on this transform and then select the first arena monitor and go paste value, I've now snapped it to the new one, right? So I'll delete that game object. Right, I'm going to do the same with this. Copy component. Paste value. Delete that. Take that one. Copy component. Paste value. That one. Drag that one down. Copy component. Paste values. See it sort of snap in when you see the transform come in. So then we've got this one, this one, this one, and this one that we don't actually need anymore. They were generating the error. It's too early to say much about the story lore setting. Using a paid framework so I could just focus on. I mean, that's not a bad idea. For making the game's content, but the game plays basically like vanilla World of Warcraft. Hey, vanilla World of Warcraft was the second best World of Warcraft. Second behind Burning Crusade. All went downhill after that. I could maybe have an argument for the Lich King. Still changing the setting of the game world as I'm going to be important to make it as good as it can. See, I've talked to a load of game devs over the last year or so. And I remember having, like, one of the things that students particularly tend to do a lot of is, like, I must write loads and loads of lore for my game. And they're like, okay, well, do you want to go and get your game funded, right? Do you want to get investment funding Like, yes, okay, sure. When you go to that investor meeting, they don't care about tell me all the fantastic lore of your game. They care that you've done your market research and that your game is financially viable. So you give them essentially a one sentence overview of the lore, and that's probably enough. Beyond that, they want to know what style of game it is, how the gameplay works. Have you built any of the systems yet? Like what's functional and what's not. Right. Main menu. I'm not making a game for investors. Yes, but at some point, if you want to go pro, you will need some presentation for some sort of publisher, or like if you want to actually release it. I mean, theoretically, you can release it yourself, right? You can like pay the Steam fee and publish it. But in a lot of cases, if you can get a reasonable deal with a publisher, they're actually really worth their money. You just got to be careful they don't screw you. It's just that your players really care about the lore of the game. None of the other business partners give a damn. Right, player avatar demo. Right, now we're back to a different bug that I've had before that I wasn't sure how to fix. And I didn't want to get too far down a tangent. I also just noticed that the loading died, and I've just realised why. It's because there's more. The bootstrap scene is still the active scene. We've just got 3. I shouldn't be looking for active scene anymore. I should be looking for scene loaded. I think a lot of the time people worry. Like you can get too worried though about making it generic, right? Like there are a lot of games that are generic that are still a lot of fun. I'm looking at how many Minecraft clones there are. I mean, most of them aren't successful, but a couple of them are. And when I say successful, I mean like hundreds of thousands or millions of sales. I think one of the things I used to say to people when they were stuck in, I can't think of an idea, is like go and look at the catalogue of 80s and 90s. Exclude the roleplay games because they will always have complex maths and mechanics in them. Go and look at an 80s and 90s game. Drill it down to the bullet points of its core functionality, and then go build that. They're like, oh, well, I don't want to copy, blah, 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 blah. Like, look, you're not copying the game. If you implement Doom, you're not copying Doom, right? Because you're building the core functionality, right? Once you've got the core functionality, it's much easier to put things in that make it unique and build the levels in a unique way or add unique mechanics to enemies. But you need to get to that stage where you've got some core functionality. And people struggle getting to that stage. Right, player avatar demo line 31 is the same bug. Let's have a quick look at my execution order. Right. Color selector is UI color selector. I'm going to add the UI color selector, or rather, I'm going to add the player avatar demo into the execution order. And we'll see what that does. I probably don't want it all the way down there. I'm researching exactly what you're saying. I'm just at the point of procrastination and not actually making the content. I was at. Are you familiar with the Develop conference for game developers? I was there about like last month now. The execution order change fixed the bug. Right. I was there last month, and one of the presentations was about like getting to publish your own game. And one of the bits of advice that I really like is something that I've heard of the principle in other contexts. Is like give yourself some consequences. This is the general thing, not what they said at Brighton. Give yourself some consequences to not completing. And what they meant specifically, they're talking about, is go and publish your game on Steam and tell people you're publishing it. Because that gives you consequences to not completing it. You have to go and tell someone, oh, I've given up on that project. Because once you put that on Steam, it feels real. You feel like you have to finish it, and it keeps you focused. But you don't necessarily have to go all the way of like publishing, like putting the store page up on Steam, right? You don't have to necessarily go all the way of putting the store page up on Steam. But if you've got like a Discord community or some local communities you're in, or just family, go right. In 12 months, on this date, I am releasing this game. I mean, obviously, don't just randomly pick 12 months. Set some time where it's 12 months and publicly tell people, I'm going to release this game. And just that little bit nagging at you going, they'll judge me if I don't finish it, it holds you to account. You're essentially, you today is manipulating future you into getting the job done. Did I change that? That's just white space, that's fine. Right, active scene is Bootstrap, and then it's Bootstrap. Only works for root game objects or components. Okay, let's have a look at the session panel. Session panel UI. That's not a mono behavior. That's a UI behavior. Only works for game objects or components on root game objects. So if I look at session panel UI. We're never actually going to delete this, so I'm going to get rid of that warning. Where's the warning coming from? There. Because we're actually just never unloading it anymore. I will keep the one to destroy the duplicate. So after that, when are you releasing your game? Right, we're down to some warnings about unused variables now, which is entirely predictable given that there's some stuff written that isn't implemented yet. That's good. I mean, during the 2 weeks while I've been working on this, I've got accepted as a Steamworks partner. I say accepted. It's a formality. It's a load of paperwork, right? You have to do tax into stuff. I've done the Steamworks registration. I've paid the registration fee. That gives me 1 credit to put a product on Steam. So I've essentially already paid the publishing fee for this game. The only reason I haven't made the store page yet is I haven't worked out what I want to call it. I've been calling it Play for Freedom, as a working title, but that game has never sat right with me, and I was hoping during development a name would jump out at me. But that hasn't happened yet. But I really want to get the store page up because that'll help focus me. Right, hit start. There are 2 event systems in the scene. That's because we were transitioning scenes and we loaded asynchronously. That's fine. Now we've just got the current active scene problem. Unloading the last loaded scene is not supported. This is just telling me to do what I was talking about I should be doing earlier. Which is kind of funny. Right. So here I'm checking, like this is just checking the current scene. We're then setting the current scene. This, and then we're checking the active scene again. After we've done a load. Now this didn't fix anything, so I'm going to remove it. So here's the problem. I shouldn't be checking active scene anymore. I should be checking current scene. Load next level. Current scene next. That's not used, so I'll ignore that for the moment. Get active dot name. Bootstrap scene. Store bootstrap reference. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, this is just no longer used, so we'll get rid of that so we can clean up the log span. Right. Actually, I'm not going to clear up the log spam completely. I'm gonna change it to attempting to load scene. Level name. I want to see whether it's the bootstrap load or the actual level load that's triggering the failed. I think perhaps it's because the current scene just maybe that's just never getting loaded correctly. Have a lot does player test before thinking of releasing. Yeah, hopefully you find a name. I really hope I do because I'm not good at naming things. I'm good at solving problems. Right, attempting to load scene character select. I'm gonna sit here and wait. Hang on, it says there are 2 event systems still. Bootstrap has an event system, so I can take the one out of character select. Yeah, I'm going to sit here and wait for the timeout duration. Let me ask you something. Oh, it timed out. It timed out. Okay. You know what I should have done as well, just to make sure. Interestingly, at that point, current scene.name is null. Right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then I'll be right back. Before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, my, what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, my, what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, my, what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, my, what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You, bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, my, what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's the? Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. I just had a full peek. Right, I'm back. Let's dig down to why this is saying that current scene is nothing, right? Because current scene always gets set. String. No, it's a scene. Are scenes past my reference? Let's extend this debug log. Current active scene. Manager dot get active scene name. I put the same down here. So what I probably want to do is not store the scene. Just run it one more time, and then hopefully a bit more of a. Right. Attempted load scene character select current active scene wrap. So get scene by name. Right, timed out, current active scene. So interestingly, we know the scene is loaded because we're in it. So what about bug.log? We'll dollar this. Manager. Get for each bar s in scene manager dot get all scene. I remember this. Got the day. It's hang on. Count. So for I 0 I less than scene manager dot scene count I plus. So string message scene manager dot get scene at I message plus e color loaded that comma. Let's pull that out with message loaded scene. Then we do scene name ends with a comma. Okay. Then MSG, which I actually overcomplicated that because I do it directly like that. Now, this is going to run basically every frame. But it'll let me see exactly what's happening with all the scenes while the load is happening. It's going to create quite a long log. Start game. Post. Hang on, I don't need to do that. Stop. I don't want the extra nonsense. Start game. Got to do the extra event. Dot name. Dot name. Dot name. And I'm gonna banish unnecessary. I'm trying to trim down the error list. Character select. Event system. Don't need it anymore. Main menu. Console. Play. Attempting to load scene character select. Loaded scenes bootstrap and character select. Find out while loading scene. How does that get to... I'm kind of at a mystery as to how that gets set to null, right? So, current scene name is dollar name is current scene dot name. Right? Now this ran every frame. So I want to see if this ever gets set. Like, does get seen by name but get anything? Current scene that is loaded is never becoming true. File rather than the start. Attempting to load scene, character select. Current scene name, it never gets set. Attempting to load scene, character select. That returns a scene. That is a scene. A reference if valid. If not, an invalid scene returned. But it is loading. So get scene by name is just returning invalid. Get by name working. Interesting. Loaded. Right. Current scene. Add what? It's not in scope. Reference if valid scene. Level manager. Method name previously. Method function scene count to check whether it's loaded or not, irrespective of the active scene. But I want to do that, but also why is get scene by name nothing. Let's see how useful Stack Overflow has been loaded. Ah, it searches the loaded scene. And it's not loaded yet. Let me put it there. Right? I'm not sure that'll count. Count inbuilt. After additive mode, valid scene. It isn't debugging. Current scene name character select. I should have put a message. Timeout. I'm going to put a note on. That's banished the error at least. I'm going to put a note on this. Get scenes that are currently loaded. Returns nothing if loaded. Returns invalid scene if not loaded. Right. I'm going to host. Studio Start has enemies configured. Set to enemies. Let's deal with that one. TV Studio Start. Enemies, prefab. Start. Enemy room spawner. I'm going to remove what happens. I should probably look up where it's actually. I could just remove that ridiculous error message. I mean, I put that error message in the assumption that it would never be set to 0 sensibly, but now I have a sensible reason to set it to 0. Don't have any errors. Play. Goodbye. That. Okay, that's progress. That is progress. I mean, it might not look like progress, but that's progress. Banish the errors. So we now want the session panel UI. I'm going to come out of. When I hit play, start game, it's calling level manager.load first level. Load new level async level 1 if bootstrap is null. Right. I'm going to put load new level async. Routine there. What I want to see is the game state here. That bit's not relevant. I want to see if the bootstrap scene exists when we get there. I'm going to attach again. S A recreate bootstrap is false. Okay, I'm gonna put the things happen there out of order. So start that again. First time when I hit start, that's fine. Host, S player, play. Right. Recreate bootstrap is false. Bootstrap scene is valid. Already got the bootstrap, got character select, that's fine. While bootstrap scene is loaded. Ah, okay, hang on. When I'm getting the bootstrap, get active. Right, that's the only place it's ever got. This is going to time out. Bootstrap scene is not loaded. Oh, it is loaded. Sorry. Not there for level manager. Validate bootstrap's fine. Unload the current scene if one is already loaded. I need to add a secondary layer to this. So do that if scene dot name not equal character select scene name. Then we'll do that. So basically we skip don't unload the character select. So all I'm going to break this up. All that'll do. That'll do. We don't actually need to unload it. I actually don't ever need to unload, but I'm putting that in moment, I'm only ever getting level 1. But realistically, character select is almost part of the bootstrap point. Just won't be later. Post. S. Play. There we go. Does not. Okay. At that point, we're back to, hang on, let's fixed level manager getting current. See, I'm also going to just comment out the log. I don't usually leave them in commented out, but it's one that I have a feeling I'm going to back on later. So that project level 1 geometry. Nav mesh. Back to that. Room jump. Nav mesh. Geometry 1. Play. Play from here and just see what nonsense we get. Right, if I undo that, play from here, do we get the nonsense? I don't. Interesting. Project. Character select. Geometry. Play. Duplicating nav mesh surface does not reference nav mesh data. Unshared. Explain this. Was I just see like you have a lot of assets and you're changing X. Target C project. Go to edit. How old? 10 years. R text. Now, last entry. Line. Open the second together nav mesh data. Open text edit on exactly the same line with mnav mesh data. Delete it and paste the line. or not manually assign it? Really? Out of that. I think my solution to this room geometry bake, and then let's nav mesh goes away like that. It does. Brilliant. Okay, I can deal with that. That is a minor problem. Baked additional nav mesh character select screen. Push. Next problem. Main menu. I am going to want to attach for this room start trigger. Now we're back to the did we actually get are our rooms spawned effectively essentially? So in my room, network spawn, doing if it's server networks. Okay, once it network spawns, it finds its references. Debug.log name on network. I feel like this is not being triggered. Start game. Host. Player. Play, and I've just realized why. Next. Are the owner. Room start triggered is null, so we don't invoke. We don't event. Right. I think I know what happened. Let me hit play. Just so we can confirm this. Level 1. Ah. Thompson. Layer 1, network variable is written to, no camera defined. Right, okay. So I put the debug log in network spawn, it never triggered. Now, what I'm trying to put the cart before the horse. What's happening here? I haven't set the game sessions on start to send a signal to all like clients. The only one where the level actually loads is the is locally. So then I'm trying to attach something on spawn and nothing happens, which makes complete sense because I've not told anything to happen yet, because I've limited it to doing it on the server and I've not told the server to load anything. You are welcome to curse. Finally figured out an issue I've been having for a while. How long were you banging your head against the wall before you figured it out? Was it as long as I've been doing on this, like the last 4 hours? And I've just suddenly realized how stupid I was being. Right, session panel UI. So first off, start game. This is supposed to be a UI. So we're going to do we're going to call session manager. Oh, private static, or no, this is public static void start game. I'm just doing proper separation of concerns here. Like, why should not be running a stick? Got start game. Static game. Game object color dot activity false. Place to put that. That's the wrong place to put that. Do we have any early exit? No. Load first level, that's fine. closing all the extra tabs open. Getting silly. Probably going to need. Are you? Oh, it's not static, so it's not on the inside. A mono behavior is vibe. My behavior. I think that inherits from mono behavior. It does, yeah. Hides inherited member on in a add an override. Or when the object becomes virtual abstract members cannot be private. Click override. Oh. Cannot change access modifiers when overriding protected. You can make them more promiscuous. Base on protected base disable protected hide wake base wake errors god start game this dot game object. Oh, hang on. I set active game object dot set active false. What was the issue you had? Pique my interest. I am nothing if not an obsessive problem solver. Start game. Host. And play. Okay, that works. Change session UI panel to a UI behavior. Now in the session manager itself, the session manager is a mono behavior. It's going to become a net behavior, and we're going to get RP. Should I go through it? Should I get what objects. Put an RPC. Send dot server. I guess send to everyone. Void start game RPC. I'm going to do that right at the start. Object reference is required for a non-static field method session manager. Dot start game. Oh, because it's static. Instance dot start game RPC. Debug dot log dot start game message. I think I have to make this a network object for that. So really, I should probably grab one of the network objects that already exists. There are several that I should probably make a network object. I'm just trying to avoid making this one a network object and then changing all its life cycle. Life cycle, I just have to. I want to. I can go through the player couch. I'm going to try this because it keeps the code session manager in the session. Doesn't work, I'll go through the couch, which is highly meant to be a an interface for controlling the connected player session. Right. Play. Dot start game message. Oh. Play mode. Get number 2. Play. Start game. Host. Game. Win. Test player. Player. Play. Get the start game message. Not. Network variable is written to have a network behavior. Are you modifying network variable? No, object is yes. Player couch. It's player couch. Avatar. RPG way. On. And right, we'll forget the bit that I just noticed is missing something. Public void start game. Right, so session manager, gonna not call that. We are gonna copy this player couch. Player couch is that. Session manager. Player couch dot player couch if player couch dot put some extra debugging in this so I can double check what's going on. So player couch dot game, not RPC. Else bug dot log no couch found when starting session. Fine. That should, because that is a network behavior and that will have been. That's fine. That literally doesn't. That's a later problem. Game. Okay. Paste. Point. S. Play. Got start game message. There we go. Everyone gets the start game message. Which at that point we want all started. All game started. False. Game. That needs to be static. Static started. There. Static will started. We're going to do game started true, and if game started turn. When I get to the playing on the couch, start game RPC, I'm going to call session Session manager start game. So I track the state because whichever client first calls it, we want to make sure we don't get into an infinite loop of it sending it to everyone and then repeat calling start game. Player couch.start game. Start game. Start game. Point. Play. Damn it. I'm an idiot. Not that. Don't want to know it's kind of pathetic. How complex the framework is. Get custom stats on mob thanks to the profiles. Stats not explained in the documentation. I'm still wrong with how I set it up. Hey, don't worry about things I think it should when you think it's pathetic, right? I have like the longer you program, the more you'll realize that like just always get those like things that are meant to be simple that you bang your head on the 4 hours. I was in a like factory once, and there was a quarter of the factory down because of one machine that was the end of the factory one day. And what happened is nobody could figure out what was wrong with it. They couldn't get it to boot back up. And the guy that runs that line, he goes to get the factory engineer, and he can't get it to boot back up. And then he gets like the whole site engineer to come in and take a look at it, and he can't get the machine to start back up. And they go through this with every shift for about 2 days. And then they start calling specialists in from the rest of the company all over the country. And still none of them can get it to start back up. And then one guy who's not an engineer walks past, goes, "Is this supposed to be out?" and points to a cable that's like attached to one of the guard centers. Puts it back in, and the machine fires up. There was a loose cable on one of the guard centers. And nobody had thought to check that because everybody else assumed that somebody else had checked the simple stuff. Play. Okay, we're getting there. Other players not set to owner. Right, because I need to do at the moment, session manager does that. We trigger this. Ownership. This isn't a network object. I need to move some of this to player UIP. Right. My problem here is what I need is to pair the owner ID with the pedestal ID. Right. So what we're going to do, play a couch. Player ID is not used. Going to do public void set pedestal owner. Going to pass it a ulong owner ID, and we're going to pass it a int pedestal index. Pedestal pedestal. So when we test the player, session UI player UI, play select UI, sorry. Test player. Player config data possess player. Player config. If the avatar demo turn, player trying to remember which way round I did this. We'll do ulong int pedestal owner. Now I could just really I should just be using the player ID field. Equals -1 1. Ulong is can't have negative. Ulong dot max. On avatar. Where's that call? Completely attach that and confirm it's running. I think it. correspondingly. I'm in break mode. It's going to attach. It could have attached the wrong. Could have attached the wrong instance. It doesn't like multiplayer in debug mode. Host. Test player. Right, hang on. Let me come out of multiplayer for a second. Attach that. Now it's got it. Right, Luna. Host test player. Right. That is doing what I thought it was. Let's stop. Right, and I'll be right back. I'm just going to go and let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Power. Oh, for God's sake! The double. No. You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, but what? Oh my God! Wow. Where's the? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Power. Oh, for God's sake! The double. No. You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, but what? Oh my God! Wow. Where's the? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Power. Oh, for God's sake! The double. No. You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, but what? Oh my God! Wow. Where's the? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Power. Oh, for God's sake! The double. No. Okay, let's crack on. Player avatars is like when we possess a player from the player select UI. Uh, UI player avatar demo. avatar demos. Set piece. Player avatar demo. Right, so we have got a reference player avatar demo. Player avatar demo. Do we have? Yes, because they will have network spawned by the point best player. So player out dot inst dot set pedestal owner. On a mono dot set pedestal. Don't need to provide it with the player ID, owner ID. This one we just send it the pedestal ID. Pedestal index. And set pedestal. So pedestal X player avatar demo dot X backwards. Yeah, it's player UI index, and they should match. So realistically, I can just use player UI index. They've already been validated. So go to the couch, send it the UI index of every UI element was just pressed. So the couch is then going to go send to RPC dot send dot everyone. Set copy there. Void set pedestal owner RPC. It's going to be same, except this will also take u long owner ID. So we're sort of starting to treat the couch as a hub for network traffic and allow that to do all the validation of syncing some data up. This wouldn't work well for runtime stuff. Once we get into complex objects, this sort of coupling will be problematic. Set pedestal owner pedestal index pedestal index and then we want we have a game object network object. We'll find get component network object dot owner client ID. So what this does is says send a pedestal index and an owner ID to everyone. Once we get that, that's going to do player avatar demo array all pedestals equals find object of type player avatar demo find objects find object by type for each player avatar demo player avatar add in all pedestal if I need to get the client ID I set on it player avatar. Wait, did I put it on the player select UI? Player UI. Player avatar. Client ID. Hang on. Not used anywhere yet. So public void set client ID long client ID client ID client ID this dot client ID. Now this isn't networked, so we'll do public long client ID ID type client ID not equal. So this is going to loop through every player pedestal owner. That's actually just you. I'm going to need more than one of those. So if add dot client ID long dot max value. I'm predefining it to max value because 0 would be a valid ID. If I send it to max value, I have a predictable that I've deliberately made not the default. It will never naturally occur. If add.client ID equals too long dot max value, so if basically this is if it's unassigned, we want to do pad.set client ID, owner ID, else is that all? Set the owner ID. Let's think through this. This is going to send to everyone, include self. So we're going to say, here's the index. Oh, hang on, blah, blah, blah. If add.index, player UI index, is not equal pedestal index, continue. No, this is a bad way of doing it. You don't want to just want to, if the index is equal pedestal index and the client ID is ulong.max value, so and then we'll set it. Else dot log tempting set pedestal owner is already owned. Add validation. Essentially, we should like network spawn prevent that happening. I'm not doing that yet. So basically, what we do is we get the pedestal index, the one we've clicked on, send that to the couch. Couch sends that to everyone with its own owner ID, and then it loops through the pedestal. Says that's fine. Now on the player select UI, when we're doing if player avatar demo equals to this player, I could do now claim the other player. I'm thinking I want to put a gate here so that if the player avatar demo has a client ID, if player avatar demo dot ID client ID is not equal to long dot max value, debug.log attempting to set to take owner of an already owned pedestal, try another also add more validation. Tube. Return. Now the client ID should be set on all of them, on all clients. And that's through the couch. Let's play it. Where we find out I've not done it right. Again. Play. I'll smash this out in a couple of hours, and I keep going on tangent. I cannot stop going on tangent. Okay, host. Also good. Okay. Now I'm going to make the other one live immediately because I haven't got anything set to track and think already been claimed. Best player. Empty set already owned. Add more validation. Best player. Okay. That's progress. That means server should now have knowledge of every every avatar's client ID. So when it's send to everyone, or rather every client should have knowledge of every client's ID. So instead of setting the ownership here, what we're going to do is player couch on start game, calling session manager. I don't think we actually need to do that. I think in couch, instead of calling session manager game, what we're going to do is we're going to search for find each player avatar demo. Right. Advancing it. Each player avatar demo. If player UI index pedestal index, that's not relevant anymore. Search for all the pedestals. I'm going to do if. Now we just need now we just need skip conditions. So if the client ID is oolong.max value, continue. If add dot did make the demo avatar pick. Add dot demo avatar on want to look at my ad very long time ago, MV, how that was doing the networks. It wasn't handling ownership, if I remember rightly. The objects are created by the network manager. We didn't care. Okay. So I'm just thinking, do I set the ownership ID globally, or do I just need to set that on the server? If not, is server return. I'm going to try that first. I don't need to. I still need to send the start game to level manager. It does some of the UI transition. Level manager to session manager. It does, yeah, it does the level transition. I'm essentially only taking this bit out. Back to that. Ouch. So first we check if there's no client assigned. Then we check if there's no demo avatar. At that point, we do network object no add dot demo avatar dot get component network object, and at that point do also so network avatar take that. Don't think I need that bit. Client ID to be add dot client ID, and then we're going to call session manager dot instance dot start dot start static start game. That we should probably call that at the start. That's why okay, send to everyone, and then if not is server turn, right? Everyone gets the start game message. I'm going to comment that out. Dot set active. If active help, that could be common. Right. Cross fingers. Player 2, play. host. Okay. Game. Join. Player. Player. Play. Or on. Error. Attempted ownership change. Or network object was spawned. If not owner. Process. Hang on, that's got rid of the UI completely. That hasn't. Okay, let's session manager. Session panel UI found root. What? How did that have a second? I'm guessing something weird happened there. Let's restart and we'll try that again. My guess would be that I hit the start game button twice because like hitting it while it was loading, and because it's got additive loading, it loaded the character select screen twice. Ace. And the only cloud ID, cloud ID 1. Test player. Test player. Play. Cannot process spawn of player 1. It's already spawned. Player 1 failed to finish. That doesn't own validate, yeah. On them from player avatar. Create player avatar. Demo avatar.instantiate. Set player data. Set client ID. Says it's trying to client. Interestingly, cannot process player 1. It's ready spawn. No, it's not. Player dot on network spawn debug.log warning player name and then do debug.log and tempting spawn add demo avatar dot name. Just see what execution you get with this. Oh, hang on. We've got a cyclical. Okay, we've got a session manager calls start game on the couch. Start game on the couch calls the session manager. Should skip though. Play it instant. I don't think it's that. Let's see. Get in the log. Game. Host. Game. Join. That was me. Not sound. Empty set a pedestal owner, which is that's fine. Empty set right. Now, player has never said I'm spawning. On network spawn, should spawning player name. That has never happened. Attempting to spawn player 1. Then attempting to spawn player. Interesting. Okay. What was that? Just a sound shot. Let's go player select UI. Nice. Set pedestal owner. That doesn't do it. Empty set. That does set pedestal owner. That just sends some new data. Player avatar demo dot player. If demo avatar is create player avatar that instantiates them. Player select UI. Set player data. The only place we're looking, I've gone blind. Highly likely. Session manager.start game. Could it be that it didn't compile properly? About this. Session manager.start game. We call that, right? Call session manager.start game. From everywhere. That calls player couch.inst start game. Calls this. So we get one run where it branches. It's going to run down here. And it's going to call back to itself. Game is yeah. Right, because it should only run on. It should only run like I'm gating it, so it can't. Maybe it hasn't. It's almost like that gate isn't there and it's calling itself. The RPC start game should be sent to everyone. Setting ownership should only happen on. And the spawn should only happen once. We do send it twice. How? Start game. Start game. Right. I'm going to come out of. Stop that. Start again. And I'm going to follow it through. Host. Start. Right. Very first we get is session manager.start game. That game started to true before anything else. Now we call start game RPC. Okay, that didn't work as intended. Back in the right place, though. Game. Server. True. At this point, we haven't spawned yet. Player avatar demo pedestal, which there are 4. So first one, client ID is set. Ah. How will we know? But we set the client ID. Not set. That's the max value. Okay. Next one. That's also the max value. Next one. It's row. That should not have been 0. I passed the index, not the ID. I didn't pass the owner ID. So when I set the index, I bet the other one's going to be like 1. Demo avatar. Row. Demo avatar. So they're both passing 0. What I'm getting from them. Causing it to pass. Attempt to spawn the same player twice instead of different players. This client ID 1. That ended quickly. Game object P active false. That's quite interesting. What happened to my players? Right. Anyway, I have spotted an error. Player avatar demo, client ID. That's best player. I am never get that. Client avatar demo from it's called from. Why has that not triggered an error? Overload. I added an overload, but I never finished updating it. Where's this call from? Player select UI. This dot client ID. Best player. So it's called from player UI. I'm thinking, way I'm I plan to get this. I think what I was going to do is add an additional validation here. So if we're not network enabled, we use this one. If we are, we use the other one. So I'm looking at player select UI at the moment, and I now want to pass it the couch ID. Player couch dot own client ID. Hey, I hope this works because I'm getting fucking knackered. I've been at this for like 8 hours now. I don't want to stop. I'm that close, but okay. 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 S. S. Play. Right. I'm also gonna out break mode. Start Unity. Really upsets it doing multiplayer while I'm in debug mode. Let's open could just add a really janky fix. It's just occurred to me I could, like, when I'm telling it to spawn, I just go, "Are you spawned?" Like, check if it's spawned. If it is, don't spawn it. That's not good. There we go. 8 hours, yeah. Originally, I was like, I have a clear idea of what I still need to do. Knowing full well that that might snowball, I completely ignored what I needed to fiddle with other things. Now I'm to the point where I'm doing the bit that I needed to do first, and I'm knackered, and brain no work. But I'm gonna get there. Yes. Yes. Play. Attempting to spawn player 1. Netcode cannot process spawn of player 1 as it is already spawned. Right. If is, I'm going to go out on a limb and just try something silly. Part of my brain is saying this shouldn't work, but I'm trying it anyway. I'm going, instead of getting the server to be in charge of spawning them, I just tell the owner to. They're only instantiated at the moment. They're only instantiated locally. I'm telling the server to spawn all of them. Okay, that's progress. That's progress. Don't quite get the start game signal sent over though. Okay. Attempted sender ID 1, player 2 attempted ownership change before network object was spawned. Change. Would it be as simple as me doing this? Network object no demo avatar dot get component no dot spawn, and then coming on to the player couch in no if no dot is spawned or no dot is Down object is spawn. No spawn. No. If not is spawned, then we'll spawn it. Avatar demo no false. With C false. This shouldn't work because I'm network spawning it. But I'm allowing network spawning before I've set up network. It will break if I do that, but I'm not doing that. I'm trying to set up just the network loop with a dynamic type switch later. Maybe I'll get away. Only the server can spawn network on. Okay. Stop. Ouch. Dot. If not is own. This literally does nothing, and I put this here to do this later. Let's do that now. Press spawn avatar RP. Send to server. Network object. NO. Network object. NO. Work that way round. Work that way round. Let me think about this. Create player avatar. What I should do on avatar, I need to pass default avatar on position, on rotation. Everything else is derived. So player couch on avatar got what time? That's a player. Player. Vector 3. Vector 3. Avatar spawn dot rotation. That's not a vector 3. That's linear. Rotation are avatar on head. Oh, no, it's just one avatar. Not necessarily pedestal. Hide that with supplied information. So player couch dot inst dot spawn avatar and that for the moment. Player couch. Now we're going to do send to server. Send it exactly the same data. avatar, location, that in couch, center server, instantiate, that, undo, demo avatar. Right, we need to turn that. Turn it a layer. Is it? Ah, hang on. And right, I'm gonna do this. Start player demo avatar. Call this new avatar. New avatar. Set play data. That gets passed. Create player avatar. I'm thinking, do I want to do this async? Player couch. Player config. I don't actually need to set that. I need to set that everywhere. Do I need to? And the pedestal ID. Async. Not a void. It's a player. Turn that. That is a player. That is a turn avatar. The other async method must be void task task a task like I async equal. N2 dot not me. Authority, client and host. Everyone. Server. Avatar. Right, what we'll do, can't return it. Do rpt dot send brackets send to dot every void request one avatar response RPC. Now I should put a callback in. I'm not putting a callback in because I'm going to gate this as if it was a callback and just spam the network to everyone for the moment, because later I'm going to use this signal to do some of the the data sync. Owner ID. Network new long owner ID. Sender ID. Put the same there. Get component. Get component network object. Do a badly organized network object no, and in await get component network object. No equals get component network object. Because later I'm just no dot o client ID, right? So sender ID. So this is done on the client on avatar. We send the client ID. Then we do the spawning on the server. Then send a player. Send a player. Player to long sender ID if no dot own client ID not even sender ID. Then we turn. So we send the data. We send the packet to everyone. But I don't need player. We send the network net net object player dot new player. That sends to everyone. And then this gets the player avatar demo. That's create player avatar. Right. Public void create player avatar demo response, janky, player, player, demo, avatar, player. That feels like it. I feel like I should be sending this network object. And this goes demo avatar dot set player data. Sending that. Do I ever save it? Not going to. Player class player big player config player config last player config last player config that should, I think that'll work. Player avatar player ID sender ID too long client ID if this dot client ID is not equal to client ID, turn create player avatar demo response. So once we actually respond, not anymore. Avatar then try me now. Sender ID yes. And on everyone, then gonna do player avatar demo array all demos. This janky find object by type player avatar demo player avatar demo item demos item dot create player avatar response player. I don't think this works. ID. I think there's a. I need to send the network object and find it by network object. Otherwise, it's trying to copy data, or it's trying to send a reference to a local object, and it's not a local object. They won't necessarily have the same signature. Yeah, don't know how to deserialize player. Yeah, it's complaining at me because I've just sent a massive data object. I've just mixed names as well because I've called the network object on the couch network. Called it NO when I already used NO. If NO. Right, so I can't send a player. I can get NO object ID. It's the unique ID of this object that is synced across the network. That one. And that is a ulong. So instead of passing that, we'll do ulong network ID. Pass that. Pass a network ID. Same there. Network ID. Long network ID. Demo avatar network object dot ID. Get the ID in the network behavior like this. Send it via command to the server, and then you find the network object via network server dot find local object player ID. Network local network find. I'm looking at clients. I'm looking at really old docs. Find the new. Find an object. An object network. That's 2025. Network object reference. Object ref. Network object. Which safe to use network object reference. Okay, fine. Network object reference. Network ID. Avatar demo. Network ID. Yeah. Dot net. F. Network manager. Network object reference. Especially as your pros deal with objects that might not be present on a client, for example, drives. Send object. Network object reference. Online it. Object reference. out. Select. Net. I network object reference ref net reference I. That's not it either. Got to get this code. Just posted a nice sample, but higher code is on a single. Interestingly, that's what AI based from AI. Load. Network structure. How do I get the offer? I think we've reached. Brain is not working. Object. I just have network object ref. NO ref. And an object network ref and if net what I want to generate. If network ref try net out network object net object net component layer demo avatar else bug log find layer effect. Okay, so summary. When we want to spawn the avatar, instead of doing it directly, send it to the couch. Couch spawns the avatar, instantiates it on the server. It network spawns it. It finds an object reference. Then to everyone, it sends a signal saying, saying we want to assign that back to the original avatar demo that sent it. That is convoluted as ouch. Work. Doesn't know how to serialize player. I've taken the RPC off the player. No, I haven't. Um, uh, Assassin's. I can pass the player UI index. Right. On avatar. Player UI index. Then we're going to, instead of passing the default avatar, we're going to pass player UI index. Player UI index. Really janky find everything again. And we're going to put each avatar demo item player UI. If how have we got avatar? Do you know what? I'll take that. I'll take that. To change to use avatar from the specific pedestal. I'm going to allow switching later. I forgot I'd hang on. these games. Start. Crazy how. I think what happened is didn't get the signal back. But play. I didn't think that was going to work. Create player avatar. On the couch now. That's I just forgot to press the possess button. Set player data. Player data is not being passed correctly, but that I can deal with that. S. Play. There I have control of none of them. Okay. Interesting things happen then. Player data 68. Now in player data, 68, that's the player config. You know what, I'm just going to do if player config turn, and we'll come back to that. Didn't pass ownership correctly. So avatar, we spawn the avatar. Network object reference. I just didn't set the owner. Everyone. All right, this is where I need the avatars. So we'll do for each that. If item dot player dot client ID dot client ID not too long dot max no dot set own change ownership to item dot client ID NPC avatar client ID. Okay, so I wasn't changing the ownership. I've noticed when we spawn, they're all they have an owner. I'm going to put a breakpoint there, and when I spawn one, I'm going to what is ID? Coin. S. Right, network object. It is owner false. That's interesting. Hit play. I wonder if after I spawn it, I'm getting ownership. Maybe I should. I'm just going to test what I was going to test. Play 2. Test. Play. Okay, that's definitely not setting the ownership correctly. Play couch. Bug. Log. No dot owned by no ID. Maybe I should explicitly set it. But on spawn, I should maybe set it. Post. Currently owned by 0. success by 0. Oh, I don't. I'm not getting control of both of them. Right. Right. Line is out. Layout line 70. Starting. Right, I'm trying to set starting money. That's done locally. That doesn't. That's still not starting the session correctly. Getting ridiculous. I need a break. Right. Appreciate you around. I'm gonna try morning, but I am. Oh, I need a day. Can't not finish it. Right. I'm gonna take a break. Keep an eye on Discord. And announcements. I'll go live if I get a chance. Dead. You have a good night, bud. You have a good day. Good luck with your project too. I'll catch you later. Bye bye.